That's alright.
It's okay with you. Like I said, I'm just gonna camp out back.
You're gonna camp out back there just to watch, kind of?
But if you need anything, let me know.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, yeah.
Alright, people are in good shape.
Okay.
Yep, just setting everything out so I can find everything. Okay, I don't need this anymore.
Test.
I listen all the time. I listen to you, but I just have no power.
Don't worry, I'm just putting this right here while I
So I Good morning and welcome to the Maryland Public Service Commission. I'm Kumar Barve, your friendly chairman. Let me just point out that it is probably going to get hot in here. I've taken my jacket off. If you want to, no one will be offended. So, and no, this is not a plot on my part to shorten testimony. So, in any case, the commission will come to order. We're on the record in case number 9849. This is a trial-type evidentiary hearing publicly noted in a procedural order that was issued on February 6th, 2026. In that order, the commission set forth a procedural schedule to accommodate a filing that Washington Gas Light Company made on December 29th, 2025, to set base rates for its gas distribution service beginning July 27, 2026. WGL filed its rate application using a traditional historic rate-making model based on a test year, pardon me, consisting of the 12 months ended on September 30th, 2025, comprising 12 months of actual information. We'll begin today by taking appearances. So let's start with appearances.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Spencer Nichols on behalf of Washington Gas Light Company. I'll let my colleagues from McGuire Woods introduce themselves because they will be doing most of the examinations for this hearing.
Okay.
And I've given their names to the court reporter so he knows how they are spelled.
Terrific.
Good morning, Chairman. My name is and Commissioners. My name is Vishwa Link. I'm here with on behalf of Washington Gas, and appearing with me today will be my partner Charlotte Mitchell, and also Kate Creef and Kristen Athens. And we're happy to be here. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, Your Honors. I'm Fran G. Francis, appearing on behalf of the Apartment and Office Building Association. I would also like to enter the appearance of Erin, E-R-I-N, B. McAuliffe, and Joshua M. Greenberg. That's all. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Ryan Shu on behalf of the Office of People's Counsel. Do you need me to spell that? Okay, all right, great. I'm also appearing for the Office of People's Counsel, Diamond Hawkins, Portia Oduro, and Juliana Bell. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Kenneth Albert on behalf of Commission staff. I'm working with Jennifer Purvis and Ricky Gratz.
Terrific. MEA?
Good morning. Michelle Honig, appearing on behalf of the Maryland Energy Administration, also entering appearance of Stephen Tolson and Sandra McLemore.
All right. Terrific. I think that's it, I believe. Oh, go ahead.
Omar. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. On behalf of CCAN, entering my appearance, Tim Oberleiten, O-B-E-R-L-E-I-T-O-N. Also entering the appearances of my colleagues Kevin Briner, B-R-E-I-N-E-R, and Susan Stevens Miller, M-I-L-L-E-R. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay. So let me just quickly go over the rules before we get to preliminary issues. And some general housekeeping. It's important that you speak clearly to the court reporter and that any crosstalk by the parties is avoided. If you're not actively speaking, your microphone should be muted. I'll call, roughly a 15-minute recess in the morning and a 15-minute recess in the afternoon. We'll take approximately 45 minutes for lunch, probably around 1 o'clock. We have 5 days of hearings scheduled. I plan to adjourn around 5 o'clock. Want to get as much work done in each day as I possibly can. But of course, it's going to depend upon, examination of witnesses and whatnot. We have several parties sponsoring witnesses, hence we have the need for some ground rules for efficient trial. So you've probably all heard these, but I feel compelled to repeat them again. So, number one, regarding examination, witnesses will be limited to examination on direct, cross, and redirect. Cross-examination is limited to the scope of the direct examination of the witness, and redirect is limited to the matters brought up during cross-examination. Participants on the same side of an issue may not cross-examine one another. Cross-examiners will not be permitted to be repetitive subsequent to cross-examination. And An objection to a question put to a witness during cross-examination may only be made by counsel sponsoring that witness, and a request for clarification of a question on cross-examination may only be made by them. Number 4, cross-examination is not a substitute for discovery. Questions during cross-examination designed to educate a party of the substance of another party's pre-filed testimony or otherwise obtain information that could have easily been obtained during discovery will not be allowed. 5, all witnesses will be subject to recall by the bench with appropriate notice. 6, witnesses will be dismissed at the conclusion of this hearing. We are aware that there are some witnesses that have been excused from cross-examination. If there are other issues such as availability, we'll do our best to accommodate all those constraints. That's with respect to examinations. 7, with respect to exhibits, every exhibit offered into evidence must be properly authenticated and have foundation laid prior to admission into evidence. However, I'll waive authentication requirements if parties stipulate to the exhibit's authenticity. 8, finally, when an exhibit is referenced during the hearing, the examining attorney should make a specific reference if it is a pre-filed exhibit. And finally, as I stated earlier, this is a very large case. We're dealing with commissioners who will need a moment to be able to get to their paper copies or the proper page in a PDF document for testimony and exhibits. With that, are there any questions that anyone has with respect to all of those rules? No, you're all veterans. You don't have any questions. So are there any preliminary matters? First, let me turn to the company.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just as housekeeping, if I may just introduce some of the administrative filings that have already been pre-filed as the company's beginning exhibits. There are 4 of them. The first is WGL Exhibit 1, which is a certificate of publication for the pre-hearing conference. That was filed with the Commission on January 23rd, 2026, and is mail log 326501. The second one, WGL Exhibit 2, which is WGL's application for authority to increase rates. The application was filed on December 29th, 2025, at mail log 325684. The third one is WGL Exhibit 3, which is the company's cost allocation manual and independent audit opinion. That was filed on December 29th, 2025, and has the same mail log as the application, which is 325684. And finally, WGL Exhibit 4 is the company's compliance filing, which was filed in this docket on December 29th, and is also mail log 325684. We'd ask that these exhibits be marked and entered into the record.
So marked and entered without objection. Anyone else? Yes.
Chair, I should have mentioned this earlier. I know we have a tradition where when the utility witnesses come up testify, they have live rejoinder. They have an opportunity to respond to the rebuttal, which obviously, since that's the last round of written testimony, this will be their opportunity. Obviously, we think that makes total sense. We want to have a complete record, and certainly the utility should have the right to respond. Often, though, the live rejoinder becomes quite comprehensive and touches on matters where the utility witness will come up to the utility lawyer and say, I really got to respond to that, because that was not something we've seen before. So we would just like to ask for the right to ask for permission to do a brief response to the live rejoinder. It's not the frequent practice, but just to complete the record.
Sure, I'll allow that.
Thank you.
Yes,
Yeah.
MEA.
I would like to confirm that Dr. Stephen Keim is excused from appearing. None of the parties had questions for him, and I believe the commission did not either.
Yeah, I believe, yes, that's granted, yep.
One other, I'm sorry, I forgot this one. Staff filed yesterday errata testimony by staff witness Dave Valcarengi, revising some of his numbers. We just wanted to alert you to that, and we had, as he indicated, we staff have disclosed everything to the parties in advance of that filing to let them know. This was an issue that arose when Washington Gas contacted staff about an error. I think this happened just like last Thursday or Friday. So we did the best we can to quickly get something filed.
Well, I appreciate the quick turnaround.
And Your Honor, I also wanted to mention that I have cross on a confidential exhibit for witness Shaver, so I just wanted to mention that in terms of.
Okay, well, we'll definitely, when we get there, we'll accommodate the confidential nature of it.
Thank you.
And yes, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tim Oberlein on behalf of CCAN. Just want to raise one preliminary matter regarding Friday's order on CCAN's motion to compel. We have no reason to believe we won't get the responses pursuant to that order, but just wanted to raise that they're still outstanding, and that we would like to reserve the ability to issue follow-ups if necessary, but more importantly, if getting responses before the end of the hearing, that we would like to be able to utilize those questions or ask questions on cross. And to the extent the witness is done by the time we get the responses, we would like to be able to recall that witness.
Yeah, that's granted, that's fine.
We've been in touch with CCAN on this issue, Mr. Chairman, and believe we can figure it out.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if I may, I do have two more appearances to enter, if
Oh,
I
sure.
may. I apologize to my colleagues.
That's fine.
I'd like to enter the appearance of Regina Speed Boss, Deputy General Counsel for Washington Gas, as well as Megan Robert Satinsky, our General Counsel.
Okay, thank you. So, let me just make sure I haven't missed anything. All right.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, things keep on coming up. We're, one of our witnesses, Alden Manka, on equity return, cost of capital structure. He's on grand jury duty, and you do not apparently get out of doing grand jury duty regardless. So that testimony has been adopted by staff member Brandon Bowser.
Okay. That's fine.
Thank you.
Are we all done with preliminary issues? All right. The floor belongs to the company.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are prepared to call our first witness. Just before we do, we have 4 witnesses that we believe are stipulated by the parties. Would you like us to enter those into the record in the order they appear, or would you like us to do that up front?
Let's do it now.
Okay, great. The first witness is Mark Reed. I ask that the document entitled Direct Testimony of Mark Reed, consisting of a 1-page summary and 14 typed pages of questions and answers, which was filed in public version only in this proceeding on December 29, 2025, be marked for identification as WGL Exhibit 5 and admitted into.
So marked and admitted.
Thank you. The next is Don Preston. Donald Preston II. He sponsors a document entitled Direct Testimony of Donald Preston II, consisting of a 1-page summary, 6 typed pages of questions and answers, and 1 exhibit, which was filed in public version only in this proceeding on December 29, 2025. I ask that that be marked Exhibit 6.
So marked and admitted.
Thank you. Next is Jelaine Quenham. I ask that the document entitled Direct Testimony of Jelaine Quenham, consisting of a 1-page summary, 14 typed pages of questions and answers, and 7 exhibits, which was filed in public and confidential version in this proceeding on December 29, 2025, be marked for identification as WGL Exhibit 7 and admitted into the record.
Spell her first name or his first name.
It's her, Ghisslaine. Last name Quenum.
Okay, so marked and admitted.
Thank you.
There was a confidential version of the
Yes.
direct.
Public and confidential.
Typically, we do the confidential marked as C, just to.
Okay, so 7
Yeah.
and 7C,
Right.
please.
Yes, that so marked and admitted. Thank you.
Thank you. I also asked the document entitled Rebuttal Testimony of Celine Quenham, consisting of a 1-page summary and 9 typed pages of questions and answers, which was filed in public version and confidential version in this proceeding on April 28, 2026, be marked for identification as WGL Exhibit 8 and 8C.
So marked and admitted.
Thank you. Next, I ask that the document entitled Direct Testimony of Paul H. Robb, RAAB, consisting of a 1-page summary, 14 typed pages of questions and answers, and 2 exhibits, which was filed in public version only in this proceeding on December 29, 2025, be marked for identification as WGL Exhibit 9 and admitted into the record.
So marked and admitted.
And I'd ask that the document titled Rebuttal Testimony of Paul H. Robb, consisting of a one-page summary, 15 typed pages of questions and answers, and 3 rebuttal exhibits, which was filed in public version only in this proceeding on April 28, 2026, and corrected via errata, filed on May 14, 2026, be marked for identification as WGL Exhibit 10, and admitted into the record.
So marked and admitted.
Thank you. So that concludes the excused and stipulated witnesses, and the company calls Donald Blue Jenkins.
It is. Yes. Yeah, Donald Blue Jenkins. First name Donald, last name Jenkins, Jenkins. 1000 Main Avenue Southwest, Washington, D.C. 20024.
Good morning, Mr. Jenkins. I believe you already stated your name and your business address. Can you please give us your title?
Yes, I am the president of Washington Gas and the executive vice president and president of the utilities group for Alta Gas.
Thank you. Do you have with you a document entitled Direct Testimony of Donald Blue Jenkins, consisting of a one-page summary, 25 typed pages of questions and answers, and 1 exhibit, which was filed in public version only in this proceeding on December 29th, 2025?
I do.
Do you also have with you a document entitled Rebuttal Testimony of Donald Blue Jenkins, consisting of a 2-page summary and 12 typed pages of questions and answers, which was filed in public version only in this proceeding on April 28th, 2026?
I do.
Were these documents prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any additions or corrections to them?
I do not.
If I were to ask you the questions there, would you provide the same or substantially the same answers here today?
Yes.
And do you wish to adopt the direct and rebuttal testimony as your own in this case?
I do.
Chairman, I'd ask that Mr. Jenkins' direct and rebuttal be marked WGL Exhibit 11 and WGL Exhibit 12, respectively, and have them admitted into the record.
So marked and admitted.
Thank you. And the witness is available for cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
People's Counsel?
A little bit, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Jenkins.
Make sure your microphone is on, please.
Can you hear me?
Much
Okay,
better.
all right. Great.
Good
morning, Mr. Jenkins. How are you doing?
Good morning. Thank you. Doing well.
Mr. Jenkins, are you familiar with Washington Gas's annual reports?
Yes.
Yeah. So I have a couple to hand out here. They're two different ones, but you're kind of at the same time.
You're stealing my thunder. This is the first
I haven't gone through the piles of stuff.
I realize it's like everything else I do. It makes a lot of noise. A lot of it's like,
Thank you.
I don't really accomplish anything. But boy, I feel good. You've got an extra, but
Yeah, I've got it.
thank you so much. Yeah, we're fine with just one, but anything you've got extras.
I hope I brought enough for everybody.
What's that? I'm sorry?
I don't know if I brought enough for everybody.
Let me know seriously if you need anything. I can run.
I don't know if I brought
Okay, so
How many copies do you have?
what I've handed out are front page WGL's annual financial report for year ended December 31st, 2022, and year ended December 31st, 2025, correct?
Yes.
I would like the 2022 currently marked as OPC Exhibit 1 and
So marked,
2025
admit.
as 2.
Do you want to admit them also?
We can wait till the end.
Okay, so marked then.
And Your Honor, I would just note that I believe these are excerpts and not the entire annual report.
Yes. I've tried to not kill as many trees as possible.
Oh,
so
the other ones, yeah.
The great universal life force of appreciation.
I guess they're already dead if they're paper, but anyway. So if you could turn, start with the 2022 report.
Okay.
You could turn to page 8, which is actually just flip it to the back.
Okay, I got that.
Okay. And so here on the line, net income, it's about, well, it's right above the bold statistical data, correct?
Yes.
You see the values for 2020 going across 131.9 million in 2020, 156 million in 2021, and 189 million point 8 in 2022, correct?
Yes.
And then in 2020, the 2025 one, again, flip to the back.
Got it.
When you're ready.
Yep.
Okay. 2023 net income here. That we're just showing net income of 224.7 million in 2023, 198 million in 2024, and 246.1 million in 2025. Correct?
That's right.
Okay. Nothing further, and I would like to move these into the record now.
Without objection, so entered.
All right. Thank you.
Well, if you're using the same document, you don't have to. Okay. Yeah, yeah.
We could go to the other interveners if we're. Usually the order is the other interveners, then staff, I believe. So I think MEA and. I'm sorry, I'm done.
Oh, you're done.
That wasn't clear.
I didn't hear. I didn't hear you say that. Okay.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yep. MEA. Okay. Staff.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, wait. Excuse me. CCAN. I'm forgetting because you're not sitting up there. Okay. Terrific. Now, staff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Jenkins.
Good morning.
Could you please turn to your rebuttal testimony at pages 7 through 8? We have some questions about the return to taxpayers of non-protected excess accumulated deferred income taxes, or EDITs.
Okay, I am there.
Thank you. And is it accurate to say that non-protected EDITs in this case are funds that Washington Gas refers to as excess collections that are recovered from tax ratepayers relating to the corporate income taxes, but that Washington Gas no longer owes to the government because of the 2017 Tax Cut and Jobs Act, which reduced federal corporate income taxes from 35% to 21%?
Is that definition in my testimony, or is that one you're proposing?
Well, I'm asking if that is accurate as a simplified description of what non-protected or EDITs would be.
So that was very technical. Can you read that to me again?
Well, I can simplify it further if you want, but is it accurate to say that non-protected EDITs in this case are funds that Washington Gas recovered from ratepayers relating to corporate income taxes, but that Washington Gas no longer owes to the government because of the tax reduction implemented by the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which reduced federal corporate income taxes from 35% to 21%?
So, subject to Mr. Lawson, who I think is going to testify on that, confirming that, let's work with that.
Okay.
So it certainly is taxes that were collected. There's just a piece in there that I want him to confirm.
Okay,
So,
gotcha. Okay, thank you. And in your rebuttal testimony, you stated that you do not agree with staff witness Valcarengi's recommendation that Washington Gas return the balance of those non-protected edicts to customers over a period of 1 year, correct?
Yes, I thought that was too extreme a shift.
Thank you. And edicts can be both what we call protected and unprotected, correct?
That is correct.
So unprotected or non-protected edicts are edicts which do not have to be returned to ratepayers under any particular schedule, correct?
Again, I think that's correct. I'll let you confirm that with Mr. Lawson on the
Okay,
technical
all right, thank
detail, yes.
And protected edicts, by contrast, are required to be returned to customers under a schedule referred to as the average rate assumption method, or ARAM, correct?
Yes.
So non-protected edicts are not required to be returned to customers under ARAM, correct?
Again, subject to Mr. Lawson confirming that, yes, let's work with that.
All right. You refer in your testimony to a letter order issued by the Commission in 2018 accepting a Washington Gas proposal on the manner in which the company would return both protected and non-protected edicts generated by the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2018 to ratepayers, correct?
Yes.
If I may, Commissioners, that letter order, along with Washington Gas's filings setting forth its proposal and the staff comments or buck sheet on the proposal, were filed in this case as Exhibit DLV-S1 to staff witness Valcarengi's surrebuttal testimony, and will officially be made part of the record when witness Valcarengi takes the stand. But could I approach now to give witness Jenkins and all of you copies of those documents for reference as I ask Mr. Jenkins questions?
Yes, please do.
And Chairman, I would note that Mr. Jenkins is our lead witness, and he obviously has deferred to Mr. Lawson, and also we have a tax expert in the case, Ms. Bell.
Yes. and
Understood.
I have further questions for them, so I recognize that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just give me the whole stack.
Or, well, I'll just, yeah. All right. Wait, how many different documents are these?
Let's just take it.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
And then, let's see.
Anything else I can add now?
Thank you.
All right, let me get that here again. Okay. So looking, Mr. Jenkins, at that 2018 letter order, the Commission required that Washington Gas's proposal to return those edicts to ratepayers become effective on February 1st, 2018, correct?
Yes.
And the 2018 letter order stated that if additional tax savings are identified that were not addressed in WGL's, is what it refers to Washington Gas as, in WGL's previous filings in this matter related to the Tax Cuts and Job Act of 2017, WGL is required to make a filing with the Commission to return those savings to customers as soon as possible, correct?
It does say that, yes.
Now, could you please refer again to page 7 of your rebuttal testimony, lines 12 through 16. And you stated there that the company's rates reflected disbursement of the balance of unprotected edicts to customers using the average rate assumption method, ARAM, consistent with the approach proposed by the company accepted by the Commission shortly after passage of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017. And you cite the 2018 letter in footnote 3, correct?
Yes.
All right, please refer now to the company's January 12th and January 23rd, 2018 filings describing its proposal to return the tax savings from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act to customers. And take a look at Appendix A, Schedule 3, page 4. So I'll give you a minute to find that. So Appendix A. The same appendix appears in both of the January 12th and January 23rd filings, so you can find it in either one.
And Chairman, I would note there's not been a question to the witness on whether he recognizes these filings and whether he's familiar with them.
Oh, well, I did mention that he cited to them, so, but yes. Do you recognize these and are you familiar with them?
I have not seen these and have not reviewed these.
Oh, all right. Well, should I ask some general questions? Are you familiar with the proposal that Washington Gas made generally?
That I am familiar with, yes.
Okay. And so the proposal that Washington Gas made to the commission was made in those January 12th and January 23rd, 2018 filings.
On the original submission, yes.
Yes. Okay. In those proposals, is it correct to say that there was a category of edicts that was designated as non-plant edict, meaning it consisted of edicts that were not related to plant, but those were unprotected edicts. Is that correct?
So I'm going to answer that this way. There are at least two other witnesses in the case I think will be much more helpful on this than I am.
All right.
This is certainly not in my chair, my level of expertise. So we have the folks here that can do that. So I'm happy to talk about what we've proposed or any questions around
Your
that.
current
But
proposal.
this is not. Yeah, this is not where I've spent my time.
All right. Let me see, 1 minute here. All right. Well, I will reserve the rest of my questions on edicts then for witness Lawson, if that is.
I think you'll be much more happy with those responses,
Okay.
with the
All
depth
right.
of response. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. All right, that's fine. Staff has no further questions for Mr. Jenkins then.
Okay, redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Okay, we will turn to the members of the commission in the following order, which I like to rotate: Linton, Suchman, Hoover, McLean, and the chair. Commissioner Linton, any questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Jenkins. I'd focus on your direct testimony, page 18, where you talk a little bit about, make sure I'm there too. You talk a little bit about the company's efforts to participate in Maryland's attempts to reach our climate goals.
Yes.
As you know, it's been fairly said often, and there are a number of parties that have suggested that efforts to continue investing in the state's natural gas, either expansion or overall capital projects, should be pared down some in order to help the state meet its RPS goals. Clearly, the company has continued to make investment. And so I guess my question is first to understand what is the company's understanding as to what its role is in helping the state reach its RPS goals?
Yeah. I'll say it this way, Commissioner. So we take very seriously the obligation to provide safe, reliable, affordable, and ever more climate-friendly energy. That's our focus. When we think about what we're able to do and when we're able to do it and how we do that, we certainly think about all of those levers that we can pull. Things as simple as replacing aging pipe to reduce leaks for the climate impact. We focus on that. Obviously, there's been some shifts in the legislature recently, but things about ensuring that customers have access to the latest technology and most efficient technology, have access to weatherization and some of those expertise to reduce total usage and therefore climate impact. So all those things are a balance for us. We think about it as a three-legged stool. It's got to be affordability, reliability, and climate. and those have to be balanced, and we have to move through that in a thoughtful way. Sometimes we get super hyper focused on one leg or component of that. Of course, you know better than I know all the different conversations that we have around that, and all of the avenues that we take that. But we take seriously. We live here, we work here. We take pride in the work that we do and the impact. When we think about where energy is going and the affordability of that energy and what the duration of that timeline is, we certainly are firm believers that the gas or that natural gas and the gas system that supports that will be here for a very long time. Perhaps it moves different fuels or combinations of different fuels in the future, which I think is highly likely. But the reality is it's not going to be here 5 years or 10 years. It's going to be measured in decades as we think about energy transition, affordability, reliability, and how that looks. And so we take seriously our work there, but we believe it's going to take a long time and be very thoughtful. So we think thoughtful, affordable, targeted investment is absolutely the right way to do that.
Okay, do you think that the initiatives that the company has been engaged on up until this point, have those been sufficient or enough to be part of the overall solution and movement towards our RPS goal, or do you think that there's some, and I don't want to say it in a way that's incorrect here, but is there some merit to what other parties suggest, that there needs to be some level of winding down of the natural gas system?
So I don't believe there needs to be a winding down of the natural gas system. When you ask, are we doing our part? I referenced in my testimony, and you saw that, 168,000 metric tons over the last decade, the equivalent of taking 39,000 plus vehicles off the road for a year, those type of things. So we measure that and we track that, and we're very thoughtful about how we might do that. We've done a lot of work around other fuels that can be moved through our system. What would that take? How do you blend that? How do you do that? Certainly, as you know, we're exploring other options around other technologies, through some other actions of this commission in terms of things we might do. So we're very thoughtful about that, but I think the reality is when you look at any publication, and it doesn't matter who's prepared it, energy demand goes up and to the right for the foreseeable future, and lots of reasons for that. We seem to get sidelined or headlined on data centers in the near term, but energy demand overall goes up and to the right. As economies grow, as states grow, as regions grow, that energy demand continues, and the reality is the ability to serve that energy demand takes an all the above, and we think that infrastructure is going to be part of that solution for decades to come. And so, no, I don't think winding that down is the appropriate or correct response.
Okay, so as part of your effort to look at some of the other solutions that are out there, that those solutions aren't necessarily focused on helping Maryland achieve its goals, but they could. So does Washington Gas engage with other organizations, entities, companies to find out more about what other solutions are out there, and if they could be imported here in an affordable way, as you've already mentioned?
Yeah.
Is the company already engaged in doing that?
Absolutely. Yeah, so we do that through a myriad of activities. We do that through industry associations, with our peer companies we think do it well, companies that we think are learning. How does that work? How can it be deployed? When could it be deployed thoughtfully? Are there particular projects or scale at which it could be deployed that makes sense, and how do we phase that in? So absolutely, we certainly we take pride in the fact that we're a learning entity, that we're trying to grow in terms of our intellectual capacities and capabilities and what we offer and what solutions we bring to the table. And so we're partnering with several different organizations to try to learn from that, including our peers from across the country and candidly across North America in some facets on how they might do that and how we might bring that back to bear in a way that matters. Yes.
Okay. All right. That's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Suchman.
Good morning, Mr. Jenkins.
Good morning.
As the president, how engaged are you in decisions about which projects to pursue, how much to spend? Well, where are you in the decision-making process?
Yeah. So I typically don't get down into project by project line item reviews. If it's a large project or a project of particular scale that we need to have a broader dialogue on, I certainly look at what is the project list, for example. We'll talk about STRIDE that gets filed. What's the impact of that list in terms of, what's it do to their risk ranking? What's it do to our risk profile? What does it do in terms of total cost? Which parts of the system does that strengthen or impact? So at that level, for sure, I manage the total capital budget in terms of what that looks like. Are we spending the right dollars in the right place in terms of modernization, risk reduction, cost impact, those types of things? But project by project, I don't typically get down into the details of that unless it's a very large or impactful.
Okay, but you'll look at sort of the STRIDE list and the non-STRIDE list.
Yes.
And if a project is several $1 million, you'll be aware of it, and
Typically.
and then when you're preparing your case before us, how involved are you in the decision about what to include in the case in terms of rate basing, for example?
Yeah, so that conversation, I defer primarily to our experts who are in the case. My conversation there is, let's be clear about what we're doing. Let's make it easy to interpret as best as possible. Let's work with staff and understand how they want to see it and how we might do that. We haven't always done that well, as you certainly know, and I think we're doing it much better. My direction is, let's be open, let's be transparent, let's have an honest dialogue about what we're doing and why we're doing it, and make sure that we can have a robust discussion about that.
Okay, but for example, if there were a $14 million project, you're going to be aware of why it's in the case, why you're asking that it be included in rate base. That's a pretty sizable project.
Yeah, that's sizable.
Okay, so Fairfax County, Virginia. I'm looking at Mr. Murphy's revised exhibit, and you don't need to go to this. I'm assuming you know what this project is. 14 million, Strip 1 West phases 4 and 5, located in Fairfax County, Virginia. Do you know why that was included in the list of projects? It's not in Maryland. It's in Fairfax County, Virginia.
Yeah, so I'll certainly defer to the expertise Mr. Murphy will bring to the stand, but that is I believe that's going to be part of a broader transmission project that will ultimately deliver gas across into Maryland, but I'll let Mr. Murphy defer to that.
And you're aware of I guess it's the Court of Appeals. I'm not perfect on my Maryland.
I don't know which
right,
court, yes.
but the court did make a determination that for STRIDE projects, you could only include projects that were actually located in Maryland.
I'm aware of that, yes.
Okay. And you think that you're not held to the same limits in terms of non-STRIDE projects?
Well, I'd say it this way, and again, I'm making the assumption, Mr. Murphy will clarify that for sure, but I'm making the assumption that project, I'm familiar with it, that it ultimately helps deliver gas across the border into the distribution system into Maryland. In that case, you've got to be able to have transportation and supply that gets into Maryland, and those costs are allocated. And so I'm assuming what is in this case is the allocated component of that for deliveries into Maryland.
Okay.
Again, I'll let Mr. Murphy come.
Right. I mean, and several places in Mr. Murphy's testimony in this exhibit, the location is identified as across WG.
Oh.
So we don't know where the efforts were made in those particular. I mean, it's pretty general, some of them. It could be in Virginia, could be in D.C. But the same. Your response is the same. As long as it helps Maryland, then you should get. I mean, there are projects that could be. I mean, you're part of a big system that is connected all over the eastern part of the United States.
Right.
So you shouldn't be allowed to cost recovery. Well, you're not gonna make investments in Pennsylvania. So it's only where you're making investments, you should be able to recover here.
So I'll say it this way. So for projects that are state-specific and simply only impact that state or jurisdiction, that would certainly only be allocated to that state. For projects that benefit across the system, that bring supply, et cetera, across into a particular jurisdiction, we would allocate that. And
Okay.
I'm sure Witness Murphy can provide whatever level of detail there you would need.
Okay, so for this Fairfax County project, do you know how much was allocated to Virginia?
I do not.
Do you know if any amount was allocated? and
Oh, I'm
sought
sure
for-
it was, but I don't know what that, I don't know
Okay.
what that allocation
Perhaps
is.
when Mr. Murphy's on the stand, he can let me know how much
I'm
was
sure,
allocated.
I'm sure he can.
Okay, and you've got a little bit of time
And he's
between.
taking notes right now. I'm sure he'd be prepared
I'm
to answer
actually
that, so.
asking him, before Mr. Murphy comes on the stand, if he could give us a sense of how much was allocated to Virginia, and then also identify for the locations that are identified as across WG, if he can also let us know where those projects were deployed. So that's all I have. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Hoover.
So what thoughts do you have on the changes that have occurred in the natural gas industry relative to the fact that natural gas is now a worldwide commodity, similar to oil?
What thoughts do I have on that?
I mean, how has that affected the company, since it's not like in the old days when you
Yeah.
would, buy gas in the spring and store it. Now the gas is going here, there, and everywhere.
Yeah, so I'll say it this way. So I've had the benefit of spending more than a quarter of a century. That feels like a long time when I say that, in this industry across the spectrum. It is a long time, right? And so that summer, winter, you buy supplies in the summer and you store it and you pull it out in the winter. That process still exists. That certainly that it has been unchanged. What has happened, to your point, is over the last decade or so, we've built these LNG export facilities, and it's become more of a global commodity. The reality is we're blessed in North America to have an unbelievable supply of natural gas. I think the last report I read was 300 years based on the forward forecast. So more than will impact any of us in this room. And so the ability to flex that hasn't had a big impact. Those facilities are full. They're moved every day, and what you don't see is a ton of volatility. So I'll use what's happening in the world right now. The Strait of Hormuz, we all read that, we see that, we know exactly what's happening there, and we all see it every time we fill up our gas tank when you think of the oil derivative. And you see the volatility. You haven't seen that same volatility in natural gas, and that's because the ability of the U.S. to respond to that. It's already, whatever's being exported is already maximized to be exported, and supply basins have the ability to ramp up and down as necessary. So the stability of natural gas in the U.S., you haven't seen much of a shift in that price, and that's just it's a response to the infrastructure, the resource that exists.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Commissioner McLean?
No questions, sir.
And I don't have any questions either, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please call your next witness.
Washington Gas calls Sean Bertie.
They're going to be entered through Dave's. Oh, through Dave's.
Sean Bertie, S-E-A-N-D-E-R-T-I. Yeah, it's 1000 Main Avenue, Southwest Washington, D.C., 20024.
And you look at the first question next door. Please.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Bertie. Would you please provide your position of employment for the record?
I am the Senior Manager of Technical Accounting and Benefits,
And your employer is?
Washington Gas.
Okay, thank you.
I presume the court reporter knows who you are.
Good morning. I'm Charlotte Mitchell with the law firm of McGuire Woods here for the company. All right, Mr. Bertie, do you have with you a document entitled Direct Testimony of Sean M. Bertie, consisting of a one-page summary and 15 typed pages of questions and answers, which was filed in public version only in this proceeding on December 29th, 2025, and was later corrected by way of an errata filing made on May 14th, 2026, which corrects certain numerical references on page 5 of that testimony, which was identified as mail log number 330128?
I do.
Okay. And do you have with you a document entitled Rebuttal Testimony of Sean M. Bertie, consisting of a one-page summary and 12 typed pages of questions and answers, which was filed in public version only in this proceeding on April 28th, 2026?
I do.
Okay. And were those documents prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
And do you have any corrections or additions to them?
I do not.
And subject to, well, if you were asked the questions appearing in your testimony, if you were asked those questions as they appear in your testimony today, would you provide the same or substantially the same answers?
Yes.
Okay. And do you wish to adopt the direct testimony as corrected by the errata filing and the rebuttal testimony as your own in this case?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Chairman Barvey, at this time I would ask that Mr. Bertie's direct testimony as well as his rebuttal testimony be marked separately for identification and admitted to the record.
Which numbers would they be?
So we would ask that Mr. Bertie's direct testimony be identified as WGL Exhibit number 13.
Okay. So marked and admitted.
All right, and that his rebuttal testimony be marked as WGL Exhibit number 14.
So marked and admitted.
Thank you, sir. All right, with that, the witness is available for cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. People's Counsel?
No questions, Your Honor.
MEA?
No questions.
CCAN? Staff?
Staff had a couple of questions. Your
Okay.
Honor. Good morning, Mr. Bertie.
Good morning.
Could you refer now to page 10 of your rebuttal testimony, lines 8 through 13? And do you state there that staff witness Valcarengi's proposal to remove all short-term compensation expense appears to rely on an incorrect inference, drawn from certain legacy account names in which the STI, standing for short-term incentive compensation expense, is recorded, which has caused him to conclude from the account name that the short-term compensation expenses appear to be related to financial performance?
Yes.
And when you refer to the legacy account names in which the short-term incentive compensation expense is recorded, are you referring to the accounts shown in Washington Gas Witness Nguyen's Exhibit PTN-6, Adjustment 13, page 2, Table 7?
I don't have that in front of me, but
Are those the account names that you are referring to, though?
I imagine, yeah, it's the STI expense account and then the STI distributed expense account, I think, are the only two that have ROE in it. So
All right, and
yes.
so that exhibit will be entered into the record as part of witness Nguyen's testimony, though, correct?
Yes.
All right. In those accounts, the accounts are labeled employee incentive dash ROE gross, is that correct?
Yes.
And would you agree that ROE stands for return on equity?
Yes.
And would you agree that the commission has stated, based on the Bluefield and Hope cases, that return on equity means the return to the equity owner comparable to returns investors expect to earn on investments of similar risk, sufficient to ensure confidence in the company's financial integrity and adequate to maintain and support the company's credit and attract capital? Would that be correct?
Chairman Barvey, if I may, this witness, the question goes a bit beyond the witness's scope of testimony, and would just add that, he's not an attorney, so his ability to speak to what Hope and Bluefield, those decisions actually say and how they've been interpreted over the years is outside of his expertise.
You're objecting?
Yes, sir.
Would you be able to say that return on equity generally refers to financial return?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. So moving on, we had a couple of questions about post-test year wage increases. So if you could refer now to page 5 of your rebuttal testimony, lines 8 through 9 and lines 14 through 15. And do you state there that you disagree with staff witness Valgrengi's proposal to limit post-test year wage increases 6 months rather than 1 year as proposed by Washington Gas?
I do.
In proposing post-test year wage increases, the company has to estimate the number of employees it will have when those wage increases become effective, correct?
That's right.
Is it possible that there could be variations in the number of Washington Gas employees following the test year?
It is possible, but one thing I'd like to note is that, as shown in my testimony, the variance throughout the test year of headcount was actually quite small for union employees.
Right, thank you. And since there could be variations, as you've just said, in the number of Washington Gas employees following the test year, is it possible to predict with certainty the employment levels that will exist when the company's proposed wage increases would become effective?
I would say it is not with certainty, but again, there is no plan to reduce headcount in the union space, and the fluctuation throughout the test year was quite small.
Okay, thank you. And now I have a couple of questions about overtime compensation. And so please turn to page 8 of your rebuttal testimony, lines 6 through 12. And do you state there that you disagree with staff's proposal to normalize overtime expenses using a 5-year average?
I do.
And in determining overtime compensation costs, does the company have to make predictions about the expected work that might require overtime in the future?
I would say yes, there is some level of that.
So is it possible then to measure future overtime costs with any certainty?
Yes, I think so, because we can look at the trends over the last 5 years and see that expenses have been going up over the last 5 years. Normally with normalization, you would only do that if it wasn't more of a straight line trend and there was probably peaks and valleys. And in this case, I would say we've seen a pretty steady increase over the last 5 years.
So for that prediction, you would be relying on an average over the last 5 years, but not, you have said that you would not be able, well, you would need to make some predictions about the expected work that might require overtime in the future, correct?
Well, what we're building it off of is what actually occurred in the test year.
Or what actually occurred, okay, thank you. And nevertheless, however, there would be some predictions involved in future estimates.
Right, but there is no future estimate built into that number, right? We're just using what actually occurred in the test year for the overtime number.
Okay, all right, thank you. Staff has no further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect?
No redirect.
Okay. Commission, questions from the bench, starting with Suchman, then Hoover, then McLean, then Linton, then me.
No questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Hoover.
What sort of actions drive your overtime expense?
So it can be, there's a number of different things. The type of work that we're doing, one of the reasons for the increase over the last 5 years is there's been more leak repair and deduction work, for instance. So I would say work, headcount are the biggest things.
But it's not driven by storm response like it is with the electrics?
That can also factor in, certainly. So as we obviously don't staff at peak levels at any time, right? So if there is a storm or if there is a case where there's extra demand for that overtime, then certainly that will have an effect.
Okay, all right, thanks.
McLean.
Thank you, sir. Very briefly. Good morning, sir. Staff was, I guess, disagreed with your proposed wage increase for management. I believe Mr. Valcarengi reduced it from 4.58 to 3%, and he claimed that there was no justification provided for the differentiation between the two. Do you have a response to that, or why is management getting a higher bump?
Yeah, I would disagree with that, and I think in my testimony I touched on that. For the management piece, there's obviously for the union, it is collectively bargained, 3% is built in every year. For the management, it can be subject to organizational changes and shifts. It can be headcount driven. Promotions are also going to be factored into that number. So as opposed to just the collectively bargained piece, there are a number of different factors that go into the management.
Sure.
piece.
In terms of, are the management increases typically more than union, or does it just vary from year to year?
Not necessarily. It does vary somewhat from year to year. And the 4.58 is what actually occurred on the April 1st, so it's measurable.
Sure. Now, is that the 4.58? Is that out of the norm? Is that like higher than usual, or have you seen increases like that in last 3 to 5 years, sir? If you know.
It depends on the year. I would say 4.58 isn't exceptional, but I think over the last 5 years it would tend to be on the higher end.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Commissioner Linton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. I just wanted to follow up on a question that both staff and Commissioner Hoover asked regarding the overtime costs. On page 9, lines 6, well, the rest of page 9 of your, I believe this is your rebuttal testimony. Yes. You specifically point out that there was some, I moved and now I lost the page. You specifically point out that there was some unexpected replacements and additional leak detection and repairs type of work that resulted in some of the overtime cost. So what I wanted to know is if you know of the projects that were being worked on during the test year, were those planned projects where the overtime was necessary, or were they unexpected projects where overtime was necessary?
Sure. I would say I can't answer that exactly because I would say that was provided to me by our financial planning and analysis group. So for me, I was just focusing on the fact that the overtime generally increased, and part of it was just because of the work that was being done, and was told that there's more replacement work and more leak detection type work being done. So I didn't really get into whether that was planned or not planned, I guess. If that makes sense.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep.
I don't have any questions, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next witness. And once again, make sure that the court reporter knows who you are when you get started.
Of course, Your Honor. I'm Kate Creef on behalf of McGuire Woods.
Oh, well, yeah.
Good morning. Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the testimony that you're about to give? Could you please state and spell your first name?
Mark Shaver, M-A-R-K-S-H-A-V-E-R.
And could you give us your business address?
1000 Main Ave, Southwest, Washington, D.C. 20024.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Chairman. Good day. Kate Creef, appearing on behalf of McGuire Woods and the company, WGL. Hello, Mr. Shaver.
Good morning.
Will you please state your title?
Chief of Staff and Vice President of Strategic Priorities.
Okay. And do you have with you a document entitled The Rebuttal Testimony of Mark Shaver, consisting of a one-page summary, 8 typed pages of questions and answers, 2 rebuttal exhibits, which was filed in public version and confidential version in this proceeding on April 28th, 2026.
I do.
Was that document prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was.
And if you were asked, do you have any corrections or additions to that document?
No, I do not.
If you were asked the questions appearing there, would you provide the same or substantially the same answers?
Yes, I would.
Do you wish to adopt the rebuttal testimony as your own in this case?
I do.
At this time, that I ask that Mr. Shaver's rebuttal testimony in public version and confidential version be marked for identification as WGL Exhibit 15 and 15C, respectively, and admitted to the record.
So marked and admitted.
Thank you. The witness is available for cross-examination.
AOPA,
No questions, Your Honor.
People's Counsel,
No questions, Your Honor.
MEA, CCAN, staff.
Staff did have some questions, Your Honor, but these questions have to do with the confidential exhibit.
Well, remind me how we're going to handle that. Turn off the YouTube, and I guess anybody who's not ratified to hear the confidential would have to leave the room. Would that include anybody here?
Just ask the company what they think.
How do you want to handle this?
Yeah, do you...
I would have to ask the folks from OPC and staff and the other interveners that have not been authorized to access the confidential version of the company's SharePoint website or folder that we've used to share confidential information. I think we're comfortable doing it on the honor system. I don't want to go through the list right now, but I think most, if not all, of staff and OPC's consultants have been authorized, and it's really more for the consultants that they've brought in who need to have signed the non-disclosure agreement or the confidentiality agreement. I don't think any person from staff or OPC needs to vacate. I think they're entitled to hear confidential information, even if they particularly haven't signed the protective agreement.
Okay, so is there anybody who's not with staff or OPC that you feel would have to leave, or are you willing to do this on the honor system?
I think for efficiency's sake, I think we'd have to do it on the honor system.
Well, the commission appreciates that. Is YouTube off?
Simon. I got that one.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We call Mark Simone.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the testimony that you're about to give? Yes. If you please state and spell your first and last name?
Mark Simone, M-A-R-C. S-I-M-O-N.
And could you give us your business address?
It's 1411 3rd Street, Port Huron, Michigan, 48061.
Thank you.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. And while Mr. Simone's getting settled, once again, for the court reporter, my name is Vishwa Link, and we appreciate your patience as we... Vishwa, V-I-S-H. Is it? I think it sounds like it's on to me. Yes. Vishwa, V-I-S-H-W-A. Last name is Link, L-I-N-K. Thank you. Mr. Simone, can you please give us your title?
Yes, I'm the Senior Vice President of Capital Delivery.
Do you have with you a document entitled Direct Testimony of Mark Simone, consisting of a one-page summary, 7 typed pages of questions and answers, and 1 exhibit, which was filed in public version only in this proceeding on December 29th, 2025?
Yes, I do.
And do you have a document entitled Rebuttal Testimony of Mark Simone, consisting of a one-page summary, 11 typed pages of questions and answers, and 1 rebuttal exhibit, which was filed in public version only in this proceeding on April 28th, 2026?
Yes, I do.
And were these documents prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or additions to them?
No.
If I were to ask you the questions appearing there, would you provide the same or substantially the same answers here today?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, may we, and do you adopt the direct testimony and rebuttal testimony as your own in this case?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, may we have Mr. Simone's direct testimony and rebuttal testimony marked as WGL Exhibit 16 and 17 respectively and admitted into the record?
So marked and admitted.
Thank you. And the witness is available for cross-examination.
AOPA.
No questions, Your Honor.
People's Counsel.
Procedure for OPC. Mr. Simone, I have a couple of questions for you. So can you turn to your rebuttal testimony, the race schedule 9 that's attached?
Yes.
The rate schedule 9 is a proposed new tariff for large behind-the-meter generation customers, including potential data center customers. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
The rate schedule 9 is a proposed new tariff for large behind-the-meter generation customers, which includes potential data center customers. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Then under the Schedule 9, the company would negotiate individual contracts with those customers. Is that correct?
Based on the provisions of Schedule 9, that is correct.
Okay. And the proposed tariff does not specify any minimum contract terms, collateral requirements, or minimum bill provisions. Is that correct? Taking a look at the tariff before you, it does not specify any minimum contract terms, collateral requirement, or minimum bill provision. Is that correct?
Yeah, as stated in my testimony, that would be negotiated with each business based on their needs and the usage they would have for that customer.
I'm sorry, can you answer the question first, then you can add anything. So based on the tariff before you, it does not specify any minimum contract terms, collateral requirements, or minimum bill provisions. Is that correct?
Chairman, I believe he has provided the answer to the question.
Well, let's yes or no would be helpful.
Yes.
That is correct.
Thank you. And the company is seeking discretion to negotiate those provisions on a case-by-case basis. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. To serve these large load customers, the the company may need to construct or expand distribution and related infrastructure. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if those customers fail to materialize or reduce usage, there's a risk that some infrastructure costs will become stranded. Is that correct?
Is that, if not if they're under the Schedule 9 necessarily, no.
Okay. So the provisions under the your contractual provisions and cost recovery mechanisms are not expressly defined under Schedule 9. Is that correct?
Could you repeat that?
I'm saying that the specific contractual provisions and cost recovery mechanisms are not expressly defined under the Schedule 9. Is that correct?
The numbers are not definitely defined under Schedule 9, but we will conduct a GSP 14 that will define all those terms.
That'll be all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, MEA? CCAN? Okay. Well, here we go. Why don't you come up to the desk? And just quickly remind us who you are.
I'm Kevin Briner.
Is your microphone on, pulled close?
Let's see. How's this?
A little.
Okay, how about now?
Much
All
better.
right. Apologies. I'm Kevin Briner, BREINER for CCAN. All right. Good morning, Mr. Simone. How are you?
Good morning.
Good. I'd like to start with your direct testimony where you discuss the gas service inquiries that the company has received. And that's on page 3 of your testimony. So there in line 5, you note that over the last several years, the company has received a number of gas service inquiries from large energy demand customers. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And those customers include data centers, quantum computing campuses, and biotech firms. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to go ahead and mark CCAN Exhibit 1.
So marked. Would you like to admit it?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
And admitted.
Thank you.
Chair, we haven't
Oh.
seen it. If you
I'm
don't
sorry.
mind.
Okay.
Thank you.
Apologies. We'll pass this out. This is CCAN data request number 2-1 dated April 13th.
Okay. Whoops. Yikes. There we go. Do you have some extras? Oh, do you need it?
I could use one.
Okay. Well, there we go. Thank you.
There's another one.
All right. So you have a copy, and it's 2 pages.
Yes.
Okay. And can you just confirm that you sponsored this response?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And in the question, looking at subpart C of the question, we asked how many gas service inquiries the company has received over the last several years, broken down by the type of entity who requested, who submitted the inquiry. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then on page 2 of the exhibit, you list out the number of inquiries you've received from 2023 to 2026, broken down by the type of entity. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And it was about 40 data centers. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and it was one quantum computing firm.
Yes.
Okay, and this quantum computing firm, that's a data center that does quantum computing, is that right?
I believe so. I'm not sure on the details of that particular request.
Okay, but it does say here there was one data center that stated they would do quantum computing, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and then it was two biotech firms.
Yes.
Okay, and then subpart 4 here, you note there are 9 kind of uncategorized customers, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so now I'd like to flip back to your direct testimony, page 3. Yeah, I think that was oh, should we go ahead and move Exhibit 1 into the record?
Yes, now we ought to,
Thank you.
without objection.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, on page 3, starting at line 20, you note that the company is seeking to support commercial and industrial energy users by offering gas service that can be used to support self-generation. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, so now I'd like to go ahead and mark CCAN Exhibit 2. This is CCAN data.
So marked.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is CCAN Data Request 2-2 with a response dated April 13, and we'll make sure to pass this one around.
This is 2.
Do you need a
I do have a version of 2-2.
Okay. Is that okay? Or I have an extra copy that I can.
Sure.
You could please hand it to him.
Thank you.
All right, so you've got CCAN Exhibit 2. Can you just confirm that this is that you sponsored this answer?
Yes, I did sponsor this answer.
Okay, thank you. In this question, we referred to the portion of your direct testimony that we just discussed, where you note that the company is supporting commercial and industrial energy users by offering gas service that can be used to support self-generation. Does that look right to you?
That looks correct, yes.
Okay. And we asked, what analysis, if any, has the company conducted to determine the environmental impacts of supporting these commercial and industrial energy users? Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And your answer was no, is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your answer was what?
And your answer was the company has not conducted any environmental analysis, is that right?
We did not conduct any environmental analysis on these specific customers. No, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, with that, we do environmental analysis on large customer groups, but not this specific customer class.
Okay, not the specific customer class.
That's right.
Okay, thank you. All right, so now I'd like to go ahead and mark CCAN exhibit. Oh, sorry. First, can we move that into the
record exhibit.
Well, we have to, I think we marked it, or did we? Well, so marked and without objection admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now I'd like to mark CCAN Exhibit 3. And this is this is OPC data request 5-1 dated March 4.
Thanks. Did you get a copy?
No, I did not get a copy.
I have one right here. Apologies, I keep stealing your copy of the exhibits.
Thank you.
All right, so do you mind just confirming that this is your response and that you sponsored it?
This is my response that I sponsored,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you. In this question, Office of People Counsel asked to provide the company's estimate of potential contract generation service customers by year for the next 10 years. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And then looking at your response, in the second sentence here, you note that the company has not completed a projection of future growth in this area. Is that right?
Could you repeat that?
Sure. So in your response, in the second sentence there, starting while the company, you note that the company has not completed a projection of future growth in this area. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. And, Your Honor, we'd like to go ahead and move CCAN Exhibit 3 into the record.
Okay, so noted and admitted.
Thank you. All right, next we have CCAN Exhibit 4 that we'd like to go ahead and mark.
So marked.
Thank you, Your Honor. And this is CCAN Data Request 2-5, dated April 13th.
Thank you. This is 4.
All right, do you have a copy of this CCAN Exhibit 4?
I do.
Okay, fantastic. So in this, well, first of all, do you mind just confirming you sponsored this response?
I did sponsor this response.
Okay, thank you. So looking at the question here, we asked in subpart A of the question if the company expects at least some customers covered by the proposed rate schedule to receive interruptible service. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and then in subpart B of the question, we asked the same thing specifically regarding data centers. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and then in your response, you state the company expects at least some customers to find that interruptible service would be accommodated by their demand or bridging schedule. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and in your response, you didn't specifically mention data centers. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And then, okay, this is our final exhibit, Your Honor. We'd like, well, first
But
we'd
you
like,
want to move this into
Right.
Well, without objection, so admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And this, and then we'd like to go ahead and mark CCAN Exhibit 5.
So marked.
Thank you. And this is CCAN Data Request 2-4 dated April 13.
Thank you.
This is fine.
All right. Did you get a copy of Exhibit 5?
I did.
Okay, great. And can you just confirm that you sponsored this answer?
I did sponsor this answer, yes.
Okay. And in this question, in subpart A of the question, we asked if the company has calculated any estimates of the time frame in which customers targeted under this new rate schedule would be receiving service. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And then in your response, in the second sentence here, starting with the company, you note the company has evaluated a reasonable estimate for that time frame. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. I'm not. Could you restate that? I mean, that's the beginning of the sentence. Yes.
Sure. Yeah. So we asked for an estimate of the time frame in which customers targeted under this rate schedule would be receiving service, and you responded the company has evaluated such an estimate. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. And then you note in your response that a 3 to 5 year initial term would be a reasonable payback period. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. But the payback period would be a period of time determined at the sole discretion of WGL and a prospective customer. Is that right?
The payback period would be a discussion between WGL and the customer, depending on what their requirements are, what their service is, so we can make that assessment, whether it's a data center or a different commercial customer that might be more long-lived than a data center.
Okay, so it would be WGL and the customer making the decision. Is that right?
That is, WGL would be making the decision based on discussions with the customer.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to go ahead and move that exhibit into the record.
So admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. No more questions.
Okay. Staff.
Thank you, Chair Barve. Hi, my name is Kenneth Albert from staff. If I could refer you to your rebuttal testimony, page 8, line 22. Continuing on to page 9, line 19. I could read that, but Chair, would you prefer I read that into?
Yeah.
Have that helpful? Okay. Question beginning on line 22 of page 8. How do you respond to staff's recommendation regarding filing the underlying service agreements for commission approval? And this, of course, is referring to the data, under the new the generation service contract. And on page 9, line 1, this recommendation is unnecessary and thwarts a key component of the CGS tariff design to facilitate speed to market for new customers. The company understands the concern underlying the recommendation to be that the CGS tariff proposes most details to be put into a special contract service agreement, not the tariff. And you cite Mr. McAuliffe's direct testimony. As I discussed further herein, the company understands this concern and is proposing to address it by adding further detail to its tariff. Specifically, the company is proposing to add text indicating that CGS tariff customers will generate revenues greater than the incremental cost to serve such customers, ensuring full fixed cost recovery solely by that customer. Additionally, the company is adding details to indicate their commitment to provide additional materials to the commission and staff, evidencing customer protections are achieved. This will provide the commission staff and customers with clear lines of sight into the important terms of service. Because the company will continue to provide these informational filings with the commission, as well as provide staff the information at least 10 days prior to the informational filing, the commission will have the necessary insight into these agreements to ensure that the company is appropriately fulfilling its public service obligations and holding other customers harmless. Now, it's clear they're opposing the idea of Washington Gas is opposing the idea of submitting the contracts for commission to decide whether to approve or reject. Is that correct?
Yes, based on the ability to quickly get contracts in place, we are doing that, yes.
But as you've noted that a lot of these, the virtue of these contracts for this kind of customer is that there is flexibility, and you sit down and negotiate the terms to sort of tailor-made for the needs of the customer.
It's made for the needs of the customers, but it's to protect our existing customers also.
But as a practical matter, how is the commission able to enforce, given the wide discretion, as you point out, to address the needs, Washington Gas's needs and the needs of the customer? As a practical matter, there's no way really for the commission to ensure that the contracts are providing equal and fair treatment to all customers who come in under this new rate schedule, correct?
And Chair Bartley, I would just note that the witness did not say wide discretion. That was another cross-examiner's words. So I would object to the characterization that he said it was wide discretion.
Fair enough.
Sustained.
Fine.
If you can reword.
Okay, so given the discretion of Washington Gas in negotiating these contracts, and as you say, to meet the needs of Washington Gas with respect to its current customers as well as the needs of the new customer, do you see the need for if the commission is not looking at the contract, what safeguards do we have to ensure that the contract is not providing a preferential treatment to one customer versus another?
We are conducting the GSP 14 analysis that does a net present value. So that really levels the playing field for the customers. It's the practice we do for any new customer. And it's in our best interest to make sure we have fair and equitable rates for new customers that protects our existing customers. It's core to what we do as a utility.
Now, it's not just rates that are being negotiated, isn't that correct? I mean, there could be issues with respect to maximum minimum gas flows. So I appreciate your point. The net present value deals with one aspect of this discretion.
Yeah.
That there's a contribution to fixed costs, but there are other aspects of the negotiation that would not be addressed by your net present value standard, your GSP General Service Provision 14, correct?
That's correct, and that's currently not a protection we can offer to our existing customers today without this tariff.
But with this tariff, there's no mechanism for the commission to then look at putting aside the net present value test, the other service conditions for the commission to review.
Not prior to the contract being enforced, no.
Okay. I'll refer you to the tariff language itself in your exhibit or attachment MS-R1. If you look on page, let's see, it's page 3 of 6 of that tariff. It's under the section at the bottom of the page with the heading review.
I see a page 5 of
3 of 6 of your attachment.
I see
MS,
I see a page 5 of 6. Is that?
Well, must be talking. I'm looking at your exhibit MS. This is your rebuttal testimony.
Yeah, MSR-R1.
And I'm looking at a page. It's the tariff. This is the tariff, correct?
Yes, rate schedule 9.
If
Okay, and I'm looking at this, I'm sorry,
I
go
might
ahead.
help. I might assist.
please.
There are two versions. There's
Oh, okay.
there is, I guess
What's that?
the version with all the edits made, and then a clean version.
Oh,
And so
okay.
it might be a little confusing. So
All
I'll
right,
just
thank
ask
you for that
Mr. Simone to flip in your.
Very well, thank you.
I think this
Yep.
may be the red line version.
Thank
I
you.
guess the red line version.
Apologies,
Yes.
I did not realize that. I think I just kept the red line version. In that sentence, going 4 lines down, and again, the section entitled Review, it says, in addition to the service agreement, at a minimum, the company will provide staff documentation that shows the revenues from service to customer under such service agreement will be greater than the incremental cost to serve such customer, ensuring a positive contribution to fixed cost recovery. You see that?
I do see that, yes.
Okay, now I want to explore that with 2 of your data responses.
And Chair Barba, I believe there were additions made to that language in the rebuttal, and what I believe was just read was the original language. I just want to make sure we're actually reading in the right language.
I'm sorry, you're referring to the...
Are you on
In
MSR1,
yeah, the
page
tariff
3 of
language.
6?
You're saying that language was...
I just want. May I hand
Sure.
him what I'm looking at? Just want to make sure we're on this literally the same page.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I think this is... It's got the same date. I think this is correct.
Okay, it's just the language you read. I didn't hear some of the changes we proposed in rebuttal.
Oh, okay, but this is a rebuttal. I'm reading from a rebuttal exhibit.
Okay.
Yeah, this is definitely a rebuttal exhibit.
Okay.
Or an attachment to rebuttal testimony.
Thank you.
Want to distribute... Where's our number? Yeah, this exhibit. Oh, here we go. This is Washington Gas's response to OPC 5-3.
And this is yours. Thank you. Chair Barve, we're just noticing that it appears the clean version that staff council is reading from did not have the additional language that was in the red line version. So our apologies that there is, the clean version is incorrect.
Okay.
So I don't know if you have the red line version, which is the one exhibit back. MSR1 proposed tariff changes legislative version. It's a few pages back in his schedules.
Oh, okay.
On rebuttal, if you just flip back. I apologize.
I'm not sure, I lost track of where we are in terms of staff.
So where does this leave us? What are we looking at again?
Okay,
So-
this would be staff exhibit 1, I'm sorry.
Could I get a copy of that as well?
I handed them
Can I get one, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so if everyone's got this, the purpose of this is to drill down a bit into what are those incremental costs that Mr. Simone is referring to. And, because that's kind of a broad term, obviously, we see it a lot in, it's a very widely used financial term, but just get a better sense of what that means. And here, in response to our OPC's data request 53A, asks for what infrastructure costs do the company consider to be incremental to provide contract generation service to a large new customer? And the response is incremental capital infrastructure, meters, services, main extensions, and facility upgrades required costs are expected to be fully recovered in the contract, in the tariff contract with the customer. The company expects to have the costs fully covered during the initial contract terms. And now let me read that's 53A. 53B, if the addition of a contract generation service customer requires system upgrades that are upstream from direct connections to that customer's facility, such as upgrades to a regional transmission line or distribution compression equipment, would the cost of those upgrades be considered incremental and recovered within the Schedule 9 contract, or would they be socialized with existing customers? And your answer to that, 5.53B, upgrades to a regional transmission line or distribution compression equipment would be considered incremental and recovered within the Section 9 contract. Now, we then asked, OPC did, excuse me, asked for the definition of upgrades. And let me distribute that one. And that would be, we'd ask...
You want, have we admitted this?
I'm sorry, yes, we would ask that this Exhibit 1 be admitted.
Without objection, so admitted.
Thank you. And we'd like to mark as Staff Exhibit number 2, OPC's response, excuse me, Washington Gas's response to staff data request 26-2.
So marked. Let's take a look at it, though. Staff too.
Do you recognize this, Mr. Simone?
I do.
Okay, so this is a response to staff 26-2, and let me read the reply. Upgrades is an inclusive term that reflects the range of enhancements that may be undertaken across WGL's transmission lines, distribution lines, and compression facilities, including integral infrastructure such as gas handling equipment, control systems, electronic devices, SCADA monitoring points, interconnects, valves, pressure regulators, and other associated components. While upgrades to regional transmission lines or distribution equipment are the most likely upstream improvements required for WGL's system, other upgrades may also be necessary, and the company would evaluate, design, and estimate the costs for any required upgrades and recover those costs through the Section 9 contract. First, for clarification, can you define SCADA?
Yes, SCADA is a supervisory control system that we use to control our gas system.
Okay, now these discovery responses by Washington Gas indicate that you'll charge the new customer for all those new costs you're going to, new facility costs, new facilities that you're going to be installing to provide the service for that customer.
For that customer, yes. And that's why it's comprehensive, because depending on the customer's location, customer's needs, there's going to be different improvements we would have to do.
So the goal here is to ensure that no customers other than the CGS customer will be bearing any portion of the cost of the facilities that you're installing for that customer.
That is correct.
Now, the concern here is that it's in the data. We appreciate the clarification staff does of the costs we're talking about, what kind of incremental costs, and what you specifically in this 26-2, you define what upgrades are. But again, these are not, you're not proposing to put this language in the tariff, correct?
Again, no, because each customer is specific. Some customers might not need any upstream upgrades at all. They might just need a service line, where other customers would need more comprehensive improvements.
Right, but this ensures that when you say, for example, we will charge you for upgrades, isn't it essential to have definitions in the tariff that explain what that term upgrades and incremental costs mean? Otherwise, we have it here, and we can look at it here and say, looks good or not.
Yeah.
But if it's not in the tariff, customers don't have any basis, any document reference work to figure out what those terms mean in a specific situation, correct?
Again, I think if you include this language in the tariff, I'm not sure if it would improve the tariff or not. I mean, the word upgrades, we could certainly define that, and that's something we could do, but I think it doesn't change the spirit or the intent of the tariff.
Now, you say that the standard is that the customer should be under the General Service Provision 14 you've referred to repeatedly. And that's that long-standing provision that says if Washington Gas is interconnecting a new customer to the system, you do an economic test to see if the net present value of the revenue, I forget it's a 20 or 30-year term, would offset the cost, so that it's a net positive revenue. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, when you say that, is there any minimum threshold? I mean, you simply say above that incremental cost, but that leaves a wide disparity. You could have one customer where their revenue is 1%, let's say, over the incremental cost, so it's net revenue positive. Another customer may wind up with a contract where their revenue is, let's say, 50% higher than the incremental cost. So you appreciate that without more detail on your net present value test, which again I appreciate has been in the tariff a very long time. It could lead to widely different results for different customers.
It could, but that's why we want to put terms such as minimum term in there, collateral requirements and other things to secure that, to make sure we keep our existing customers whole.
Okay.
But
you appreciate my point, though. You can have
and that exists today, yes.
Okay, yes, and I appreciate this is a long-standing provision. If we could turn to your direct testimony on page 6. Lines 5 to 8. The sentence that begins in the middle of line 5 on page 6 of your direct. The company will also seek to provide financial risk protection to the general body of customers through the use of other contract terms such as minimum billing, exit fees, guarantee or collateral requirements, and/or penalties or reimbursement for customer cancellations. Now, you see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, let's assume the Washington Gas has various demands on the customer in terms of this financial protection. And let's assume the customer, for whatever reason, agrees to, let's say you have 5 different conditions you want. The customer agrees to 4 out of the 5. Is Washington Gas's intent that the customer must agree to all the financial protection mechanisms that Washington Gas is requesting from the customer?
We certainly could do that, and I think we would, but it really depends on the customer, on what their credit rating is, what their sustainability is going forward. If it's a small startup LLC, we would certainly require all these things. If it was a large Google, we may not require. We require a different guarantee on collateral and things like that.
Okay, but I'm getting at when you decide which of those financial protections you say Washington Gas says we need A, B, and C. We need a collateral and maybe a bond or something like that. If the customer says, I'll go with 3 of your 4 requirements, but not the 4th, is your point being if the customer does not agree to all of the requirements that you deem?
I don't mean it's not a negotiation point. It depends on that customer's credit rating.
Okay, so then you're saying that those would be requirements. It's a
That's right, based on the.
yes or no, okay.
Yeah.
Now, I'd like to, Your Honor, I'd like to ask that Staff Exhibit 2 be admitted into the record. And one more exhibit. Staff would ask to mark as Staff Exhibit 3 the response to Washington Gas's response to Staff Data Request 26-3. Does everyone have that? Okay, so here staff came up with a sort of hypothetical. I call it a hybrid expansion. It's an expansion both for this new customer comes in, and you are, Washington Gas, of course, is always doing load forecasts, correct, when they're for system design purposes. See what's coming down the pike that may require enlarging the system. So here exploring that interconnection between, or interaction between that immediate new customer and the load growth. So question we put is, assume that a new customer executes a contract pursuant to the new contract generation service rate schedule for a delivery of 100 MDTH, that's 1,000 decatherms, per day to the new customer on a portion of WGL's gas distribution system where there is no available capacity. Assume that WGL anticipates another 50 MDTH of load within the next 10 years from other customers at the same location as the new customer, or the location that's a short distance from the delivery point of the CGS customer, such that these future customers will rely in part on the upgrade that WGL constructed for the CGS customer. Assume that WGL constructs an upgrade of its delivery system to accommodate the new customer's 100 MDTH of load plus the 50 MDTH of load that WGL believes will request distribution service by WGL within the next 10 years. Thus, WGL would construct a 150 MDTH expansion of its delivery system. Will WGL require the new customer to pay for the entire 150 MDTH upgrade, or will WGL require the new customer for pay for only the 100 MDTH upgrade required to serve the customer? Again, that's why I call this a sort of a hybrid situation. Does this kind of situation come up when you're in current circumstances when you're connecting a new customer, where you're looking both at future load growth for the system and this new customer? Is this realistic?
It does now and again, yes.
Okay. Good, I'm glad I got that right. Please note, this is your response. Please note this is a response to a hypothetical situation. Generally, we would make improvements to accommodate the 100 MDTH load and charge that to the CGS customer. If there was significant efficiency in making some other improvements that would benefit the future safety, reliability, or resilience of the gas system, that work may be done concurrently but not charged to the CGS customer. Now, can you just, and maybe this is a Mr. Murphy question, it begs the question, what would be just a good example, a high-level example where there would be significant efficiencies in doing that load growth predicted 5 or 10 years down the pike, at the same time as you install this new facility for this CGS customer?
Yeah, it's hypothetical, but in terms of when we build a pressure regulating station, we typically would design some extra capacity in that station. So if this 100 1,000 decatherm customer required a new gate station. We might design that a little bigger to serve future customers, and that might that might be a good example of something like that.
Okay, thank you. We would ask Chair Barve that this be Staff Exhibit 3 be admitted in the record.
Without objection, so admitted.
Thank you, and I appreciate the way you explained how that hypothetical would work. Wasn't sure if that was realistic, but I think that helps us better understand how this will proceed. That's all staff has.
Okay, redirect.
Thank you, Chair Barve, and apologies for the error. The company will file. It looks like.
Hold on one second. Did you move 3? I can't remember.
I didn't. Yeah, staff would ask.
I think we. Well.
Yeah, we
just
asked that Staff Exhibit 3.
Right.
That,
just make sure. So.
Sure. Thank you. No,
I'm sorry.
Sometimes overlook that. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Barve. We noted during the cross-examination from staff that Exhibit MSR1, proposed tariff changes, clean version, it's pages 4 of 6, 5 of 6, and 6 of 6 will need to be replaced because it looks like it doesn't incorporate the changes Mr. Simone made in his rebuttal testimony. So in terms of what the company is proposing, as the tariff, the best place to look for that right now is Exhibit MSR1, Proposed Tariff Changes Legislative Version, pages 2 of 6 and pages 3 of 6.
So you want to correct the record?
We'll have to correct it.
Yeah.
Apologies for that. We'll have to create it and correct it. So our apologies that it's not correct today. So Mr. Simone, you had some questioning from OPC about minimum contract terms. Do you recall that?
Do you have any questions? Yes.
And I believe you raised the GSP 14 analysis.
Yes.
Okay. And that is now added into rate schedule 9 as something that the company would, when it enters into one of these Schedule 9 service agreements, it would submit to this commission for informational purposes this supporting GSP 14 analysis, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then not less than 10 days before submitting it to the commission, you would provide that service agreement to the commission staff for its review, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that service agreement will also include this GSP 14 analysis, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And you also added into the tariff the idea that you would ensure a positive contribution to full fixed cost recovery solely by the generation customer, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Why did the company go ahead and put those additions into the tariff?
We just want to increase the transparency of the negotiations we'd be having, and then give them ample notice so they could review it. And if we need to have discussions before we submitted it fully, we could do that to make sure the commission is content with our proposals.
Okay. And there was some discussion about not filing it for approval, but what, and we were talking about hypotheticals, but what if when you submit this information and staff raises some concerns with regard to whether the full fixed cost recovery is solely recovered by the generation customer? What does the company propose it might do in that circumstance?
So I would think we would be open to negotiating with, talking to the commission and renegotiating with the customer if we had some sort of error in that analysis and didn't foresee something in there. So that's certainly something we want to do moving forward.
Okay, so you would be open to hearing staff's view on that?
Oh, for sure.
And if you felt it had merit, you could possibly renegotiate?
Oh, yes, yeah. I mean, ultimately, yeah. Yep.
Okay, thank you. No further redirect.
Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break. I didn't realize this is going to go as long as it did, and when we return, we'll entertain questions from the bench. So we'll be back at 15 after the hour. All righty then, let's get back at it, and we're going to start with questions from Commissioner McLean.
We're missing staff council, but they'll catch up. Good afternoon, sir. One of the bases for the tariff is, I think you noted, economic development and commercial, future commercial opportunities. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay, and staff witness McAuliffe pointed out that the company's already signed a contract with the data center. Is that correct?
That is.
So if you're able to enter into a contract with, for example, a data center, why is the tariff needed right now?
Yes, so the data center we did sign was a relatively small usage, so we were able to accommodate that within our 2A tariff, and we were able to put minimum use in there. We were not able to do exit clauses and things like that that would further protect other customers. So that one did work out, but as you get into larger usage customers where they might need more comprehensive improvements to our system, we need a little more latitude to ensure they can pay that off within the 3 to 5 year period, depending on what their usage is.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Linton.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. I was just curious as to what the company's expectation would be if under the proposal you've made, if you submit a completed agreement with a large user to the staff for their review under the proposed tariff. Are you expecting a approval from the staff, or are you just expecting that they have a copy of it and have received it?
We would provide it to them. I would expect, if they had some concerns with it, a discussion, and we may touch base with them prior to it coming to the commission while it's with staff, just to ensure they're good with the provisions as laid out. And I'm sure as we begin this process, there'll be some questions, and each one will be kind of unique. So I do expect some dialogue, and that's kind of what we're thinking with the 10 days prior to commission. Getting to the staff 10 days prior to it going to the commission, so we can have those discussions and make sure it's well understood.
So it doesn't sound like if suppose the staff had a major problem with something that's in there that would require that the staff recommend to the commission that the commission not adopt it or support it. I mean, I'm trying to understand what the process prior to coming to the commission, how that would work so that the staff's input has some value or even a merit to the overall agreement.
Yeah, I think it's in our best interest to make sure it's an appropriate agreement so it doesn't get disallowed in a future case. So I think that's our goal with presenting it to the staff. But to your point, there is no provisions in Rate Schedule 9 to disallow that tariff at that time.
So how will the company communicate that possibility to the large load customer for them to understand that if after you've negotiated a number of terms with them and it's presented to the staff, that it's very possible that the staff could come back and say, well, of the 25 terms we've negotiated, staff doesn't like 15 of them. And so how is that going to resolve itself from the company's perspective?
Boy, I hope that would not happen. But for us, it potentially would mean we have a disallowance of some sort in that case. And our goal here is to be agile with customers, to get an agreement together that supports the customer and supports our existing customer base. So that's the goal, and that's we're trying to do it in a timely manner, and that's why we've established it the way we have.
So is there any possibility that, I know we have the large load working group going now, and the company's pointed out that it's focused primarily on the electric side, and there's still a bit of an open discussion, I know, but if Washington Gas may not be the only gas company that would have some of these same issues. So is the company at least open to having some kind of discussion or process prior to beginning these more involved negotiations with some of these other data companies? I know that you've already had a few, and they're already asking.
Yeah.
But it just is a way to find a way to make sure that we don't have problems on the back end.
Yeah, we're always open to discussion and making improvements to our existing processes, and that's really one of the reasons we're proposing this tariff, it does make improvements to our existing process and can and drive this stuff forward, and we're open to making improvements as we go forward and having those discussions.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Suchman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Simone. So I know that you are aware of our PC 72, and as you explained to Commissioner Linton noted that it doesn't include gas companies; its focus is on electric, and I think some of that is, I mean, this is the driver is the General Assembly, and it's likely that they pass the Next Generation Act, the provision in the Next Generation Act, in part because of the number of articles in the newspaper about large loads coming in and the impact on residential customers. But in passing that statute, I'm going to just read some language from the statute. It is the intent of the General Assembly that residential retail electric customers in the state should not bear the financial risks associated with large load customers interconnecting to the electric system serving the state. And the focus was on electric, but it's hard for me to imagine the General Assembly hearing that large load customers are coming to the gas system are not equally concerned about residential customers bearing the costs. And you've said that your tariff contains language that requires that incremental infrastructure costs are recovered by the customer. But the concern I have, I mean, you've said that you have a responsibility for protecting customers, but we have the ultimate responsibility for protecting customers. And if we don't have the ability to look to what you've negotiated, then we can't do our job. And I was sort of intrigued by the staff data request 26-3. Very long hypothetical, but it goes to my concern about parsing out, certain infrastructure builds to be able to identify what's being built for a large load customer and what's being built for the system, and we're going to end up with issues around that. I'm assuming, and because we address issues now about who's responsible for the build out, and it just seems to me that if we don't have the ability to be able to weigh in on contracts that you're negotiating before you sign those contracts. I mean, you've said yourself that we may disallow. It's so much better for us to not be in that situation where we're disallowing. It's much better if we have a sense of what's going on so that we can let you know that we have certain issues around cost allocation.
Don't you agree? I think that's the question.
That's a real. I was just about to ask that.
We do live under what I used to refer to in Annapolis in here as the Jeopardy rule. It has to be in the form of a question.
Yes. Don't you agree?
And we have the same interests. We don't want to disadvantage existing customers. It's not in our best interest to affect the affordability of our residential customers, and that's the reason we moved this forward, because I think it does give us the ability to do that. And I understand you have the final approval and say so on that, but I think we're both after the same end goal.
Well, but the problem is you cut us off, so that when we actually consider cost recovery, it's going to be after the work is already done, and it just seems to me that it creates a problem for the company and for us, and so I guess I'm thinking aloud that perhaps either it's the tariff itself is premature because we still need to work through some of the issues, because ultimately we want to make sure that residential ratepayers do not bear any of the burden of these additional large load customers. And so, hearing the questions coming from the different parties, it may be that some additional work needs to be done on this before we actually consider it. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Hoover.
So if you could go back to CCAN's exhibit number 1, it was your response to their data request 2-1.
Yes.
Okay, and then, so your response at letter C, the company has tracked gas service requests for loads during the 2023-2026 time period with over 8,400 therms daily across the service territories as follow. And the first one is data centers 40. So the 40 data center inquiries, that's across your entire footprint, Washington, D.C., and not just Maryland.
That's correct.
Okay.
D.C., Maryland, and Virginia.
My question.
So do you know how many of the 40 are Maryland?
I do not know offhand how many are Maryland, but most of the requests do come between Maryland and Virginia.
Okay. And the gas service that they're requesting, what would you provide? I mean, is this backup or is this direct power to them?
It's a combination of things. Many of them were just installing generation on site until the electric company had a solution for them. So it might be a 3 to 5 year where they generate their own power. After that, it may become a backup generation. So there's a combination of those.
And then there was this discussion earlier about providing interruptible service for some of these large load customers. So what's the terms that the company offers for somebody who's on interruptible service?
In our proposed tariff, so basically, we would define that if, depending on where they're at in our system, if we needed to curtail them on a certain temperature day, that we would incorporate that in the agreement.
Okay, and what happens if you make the request through curtail and they don't?
So that kind of reference, we talked about the SCADA system. So we typically would install, depending on where they're located, either a valve on site we could remotely shut, or we would determine if we can dispatch an employee quick enough to shut them off if they didn't respond to our request to isolate.
So if they're on interruptible and you need to interrupt them, they don't have any choice. They're going to get interrupted one way or the other. Either they do it or you do it.
That's correct.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Well, Commissioner Hoover read my mind as to the questions I wanted to ask, but, well, actually, let me ask it this way. Of course, when I think about interruptible service, I always think about the electrical system. During Winter Storm Fern, I believe a call would have gone out to data centers to reduce by 10%, and then they would have to go to backup. But when you're talking about interruptible, you're talking about the burden on the gas system, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. That was it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair Barve, may I have some brief redirect to commissioners' questions?
No, we don't do that.
Apologies
Okay.
for the requests.
No, you don't have to apologize for requesting. Thank you very much, sir. And please call your next witness. Now, prior to this, let me just say my intention is to give us lunch, go to lunch like 15 after 1 for 45 minutes. So that's what I'm going to try and do. Right. You can. Okay. Who would you like to call up next?
The company calls Josh Nowak.
Okay.
Oh, wait. They call the other guy.
Mr. Reed was.
You're ready for the other guy.
Oh, right.
Good afternoon. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the testimony you're heard, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the testimony that you're about to give?
Yes, I do.
If you could please state and spell your first and last name?
Yes, Joshua Novak, Joshua, last name Nowak.
And could you give us your business address?
Proceed when ready.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Novak. Would you please provide your position and your employer for the record?
Yes, I am Vice President at Concentric Energy Advisors.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, let me get myself together. All right, Mr. Novak.
Hold on one second.
Yes.
What's that? Oh, yes, if council could state your name again, please.
I'm sorry, I'm Charlotte Mitchell with McGuire Woods for the company.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Novak, you ready?
Yes.
All right. Do you have with you document entitled Direct Testimony of Joshua C. Novak, consisting of a one-page summary, 57 typed pages of questions and answers, and 11 exhibits, which was filed in public version only in this proceeding on December 29th, 2025?
Yes, I do.
All right. Do you also have with you a document entitled Rebuttal Testimony of Joshua C. Novak, consisting of a one-page summary, 80 typed pages of questions and answers, and 8 rebuttal exhibits, which was filed in public version only in this proceeding on April 28th, 2026?
Yes, I do.
All right. And were these documents prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or additions to them?
No, I do not.
If you were asked the questions appearing there, would you provide the same or substantially the same answers today?
Yes, I would.
And do you wish to adopt the direct testimony and rebuttal testimony as your own in this case?
Yes, I do.
Chair Barbe, I would ask at this time that Mr. Novak's direct testimony be marked for identification as, let me check my number,
I think it's 18.
Exhibit 18, and admitted to the record?
So marked. And you want to admit it also?
Yes, sir.
Without objection, so admitted.
All right.
16 and 17
Simone.
were Simone, direct and rebuttal.
And Chair Barbe, I would ask also at this time that the rebuttal testimony for witness Novak be marked for identification as Washington Gas Exhibit 19
So marked.
and admitted to the record.
Without objection, so admitted.
All right. And with that, the witness is available for cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, People's Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Nowak. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
All right. So, well, we can start with, you're familiar with the Hope and Bluefield cases, correct?
Yes, I cite them in my direct.
Yes, at page 7, line 12, right? Yeah. Starts the Hope quote that, quote, the return to the equity owner should be commensurate with returns on investments in other enterprises having corresponding risks. That return, moreover, should be sufficient to assure confidence in the financial integrity of the enterprise so as to maintain its credit and to attract capital, right?
Yes, that's a portion of the excerpt that I cited.
Sure. So, Mr. Novak, do you agree that utilities are low-risk investments compared to the average company in the stock market?
I would agree that I have, in particular, I would note the CAPM looks at that relative risk. So I have beta coefficients for my proxy group of utilities. Those beta coefficients are less than 1, and less than 1 suggests lower risk compared to the broader equity market.
Okay. And generally, investors demand a lower return for less risky investments, right?
As a general premise, yes.
So you're familiar with Mr. Lynn's direct and rebuttal testimony, where, to sort of generalize, he uses 10-year U.S. total stock market return estimates from BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, and then NYU, another return estimate, as the baseline for his recommended cost of, or return on equity in this case?
Yes, I agree with that general characterization.
And turn to page 46 of your rebuttal.
I'm there.
Sorry, give me 1 second, because I'm not there. Okay. Starting at line 7, going through about line 15, would you agree with the general characterization that you compare the capital market assumptions, CMA for Mr. Court Reporter, that Mr. Lin references, the BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street estimates, and you compare them to Treasury and utility bond yields, and state that the CMA estimates are illogical because they're so close to current bond yields? That's generally what this portion of testimony says, correct?
Generally, yes, and I would add that what I'm demonstrating here today, if I'm an investor and I have the option of investing in a broad equity market investment, these estimates don't make sense in terms of the required return at this point in time. The estimates were as low as 4.5%. I don't understand the rationale where an investor would invest in a stock when I could go out today and the yield on the 30-year Treasury today is above 5%. So I don't understand why an investor would take the incremental risk of investing in equity when I could get a risk-free return of more than 5% today in a Treasury bond.
And so if you know, I mean, I assume you know BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street are 3 of the biggest investment firms in the world, if not the 3 biggest, correct?
Yes, they're amongst the largest.
And so do you think it's likely that the 3 of the largest investment firms in the world are unable to Google what the current bond rate is? Or they don't see it, they don't know it?
No, and as I explained in my testimony, these estimates are different from required returns. What we're trying to estimate here is the cost of equity, which is inherently required return. These are expected returns. That's something different. I'm not disagreeing with what they've calculated. It's simply for a different purpose.
And that purpose is... Okay, so if we could turn to your rebuttal at page 18, line 4.
Line 4?
Yes.
Yes, I am there.
You state that in what you just talked about in terms of expected versus required returns, your contention is that, well, there's a difference, and you state that expected market returns guide the strategic allocation, while required returns determine the specific securities chosen to fill these allocations. That's what your testimony says, right?
Yes, that's my testimony.
Okay, so let's say for the sake of argument that your distinction here between expected and required terms is like accurate and relevant. So is it fair to say what you're saying is that the CMA estimates from these big firms are for an entire portfolio for the entire stock market, and that these expert investors think the average return on the whole portfolio of stocks for the next decade is in the 6 to 7% range?
I think it's a little difficult to generalize these because you really do have to get at the underlying assumptions of each of the individual estimates. They're over specific time periods. I believe most of these are 10-year estimates. I believe many of these are based on geometric averages, and geometric averages do not fairly calculate a required return. Geometric averages are looking from point A to point B. If you were to make an investment today and look 10 years from now, that may be the expected return you would get going from point A to point B, but you may be exposed to significant volatility between now and then. That volatility is important to investors. That's a fundamental distinction, where we can't rely on estimates that are based on geometric returns, which is what most of these include.
Have you calculated what their estimates would be under an arithmetic return? Or have you presented that evidence?
Most of these are using proprietary models, and that's one of my criticisms of these models. I don't know the details of all of these models. They are proprietary models, and I can't look at the details of that.
Okay. But the models but the models here are saying an estimated 6 to 7, generally a 6 to 7% return for the entire stock market, right?
For the purpose of asset allocation under the constraints of a 10-year return. And keep in mind, we're looking at the equity investment in a utility company here. And utilities have long-lived assets that are going to go well beyond 10 years. And if I'm an equity investor, my horizon is far beyond 10 years. I'm looking at equity is issued in perpetuity. That's why when we look at the CAPM model, we match it to the risk-free rate associated with the 30-year Treasury bond, because we're trying to take the longest view possible. So these return estimates have a very different purpose, and they're not appropriate for several different reasons.
Your recommendation is a 10.85% return, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that would go into perpetuity if, utility never came in for another rate case?
It's based on investors' required returns as of today, looking in perpetuity.
In your rebuttal testimony on page 47,
Yes, I'm there.
lines 1 to 3, you testified that aligning authorized ROEs with estimates like Mr. Lin uses would materially impair utilities' financial integrity and their ability to access capital markets in amounts adequate to meet future needs, right?
Yes, that's what I stated.
So, what example have you shown of a utility being unable to raise capital?
I want to take this in two pieces. First, the question is asking to essentially prove a negative. It's very difficult to find a situation where a utility hasn't been able to issue capital. When a company issues capital, there's public filings associated with that. There may be circumstances by which a utility is not able to issue capital. There's no public filing associated with that. I can't see a specific example of that. But what I do cite in my rebuttal testimony are two examples where companies explain the difficulty of raising capital when they had adverse decisions. One being Arizona Public Service Company. They were awarded an 8.7% ROE. It was in late 2021. And one important thing is an 8.7% in late 2021, just as a marker of where capital markets were at that point in time. The 30-year Treasury yield in the fourth quarter of I'm sorry, it wasn't 2021, it was 2022. 2022 in the fourth quarter, the 30-year Treasury yield was 3.88. Today, it's substantially higher, it's 5%. So an 8.7% at that point in time, the company saw a more than 20% decrease in its stock price, and its credit ratings were downgraded. So that had a direct effect on their ability to access capital at reasonable rates. Another example I cited in my rebuttal testimony was the Avangrid companies in Connecticut. When they received an adverse regulatory outcome, they went to market, and basically the anticipated subscription to the bonds that they were offering was well below what they expected, so they had to increase the credit spread. So they issued 10 to 15 basis points higher than what they had anticipated. So I can point to those instances where they have gone to market and the difficulties that companies have had in raising capital. But to prove the negative is very difficult in this circumstance.
In both of those examples, the utility still raised capital, just at different rates, right?
At a higher cost that, through their cost of debt, is then passed on to customers.
Mm-hmm. Correct. Could you turn to Mr. Lin's direct at 38? Do you have that?
I don't have that with me.
Do you guys have that?
I actually think I might
Yes.
Sorry, you said page 21?
Sorry, 30, I think I said 38, but actually 36.
I'm at 36 of the errata filing clean version.
The ratifying clean version. Sorry, give me one. I had to reload it. Okay, on page 36, and you're familiar with this testimony, correct?
Yes. I am.
At 36, line 7, Mr. Lin testifies that even if WGL, or I guess technically, well, no, WGL, even if WGL were to be downgraded, its credit rating from an A- to a triple B plus, the average spread, basically the cost of debt, would increase by about 13 basis points. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, and it's my understanding that's based on current market conditions. But an important consideration here is, again, this is twofold, in that the rate case determination that we get from this proceeding is going to set the financial integrity for the company for some period of time. The company needs to be nimble should financial conditions be constrained. When we look at 2007, 2008, the financial crisis at that time, when we look at the outset of the COVID-19 outbreak and the ensuing economic fallout from that in March of 2020, a company doesn't necessarily have the ability to seek rate relief immediately. Utilities have an obligation to serve, and they need to be able to raise capital under a variety of capital market conditions. So it's important that the company have the financial flexibility such that it is able to do so, and it needs a constructive outcome to do that. One other thing that makes it a little difficult to compare on an apples-to-apples basis increases in cost of debt compared to ROE is that regardless of what happens going forward in terms of future rate case proceedings, where the ROE is set, if the company issues debt in the future, that is going to be set for the duration of the underlying instrument. So that could be 10, 30 years. So regardless of if the company's downgraded and they issue debt, that's going to be locked in, even if they're upgraded at a later time. So customers will continue to bear that cost for an extended period of time, regardless of what happens to the ROE or any other circumstances in the next rate case.
Okay, first of all, I just asked you if that is what Mr. Lin testified. Did you answer that question?
I believe I did.
Okay. Do you disagree with his analysis here, in the analysis that he did here in terms of what the current spread between A- and triple B plus is?
And Chairman Barvey, I would object just for no other reason than to point out that the testimony refers to Ms. Burrows' methodology. And so to the extent that, I mean, I'll allow, I mean, if the witness can answer the question, the witness can answer the question. But I would just suggest that Ms. Burrows may be the more appropriate witness to take this question here.
If you feel comfortable answering the question, go ahead.
Would you please restate the question?
Do you disagree with his methodology here in terms of what the difference, what the spread, cost of debt spread between A- and triple B plus here is?
I mean, he is following the approach that Ms. Burrows has provided, and I haven't actually confirmed that his approach is consistent with Ms. Burrows. Ms. Burrows could better speak to that.
Okay, thanks. Could you go to page 38 of Mr. Lin's direct? A couple pages. Looking at table 4, you see there that I guess third row from the bottom, for example, if the authorized ROE is at 7, you're showing that an authorized ROE of 7%, which would be a decrease of 3.85% from the, I believe your recommendation, that in order to offset the customer savings from that lower ROE, the cost of debt would have to increase by 4.56%.
that is the math, but the important context is that that could lead to misleading conclusions on the basis of what I described earlier about the nature of how long that cost of debt is locked in for, and the fact that it's not just a trade-off. That and the cost of debt and the ROE, there's much more to the dynamic in that analysis than a straight trade-off in ROE versus cost of debt. The cost of debt is going to reflect a number of other issues. So the premise that there is this trade-off between the two that is straightforward, as in this table, I disagree with that. But in terms of the math, I don't disagree with the math.
And, well, Mr. Novak, do you know, does the company generally, when they issue new debt, are they issuing 100%, are they completely wiping their existing debt and replacing it all with new debt issued at whatever rate the new debt is issued at?
And Chairman Barbier, I object to that question. It's beyond the scope of the witness's testimony. This would be better answered by Ms. Burrows. Again, to the extent the witness is able to answer, he can do so, but this is really within the scope of her
Do you
testimony.
want to comment on that before I rule?
I mean, if you can answer.
No, I'll sustain the objection in this instance.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Next, MEA.
No question.
CCAN?
No question, Your Honor.
Staff?
Yes, we will take a while here, so just in terms of timing, but happy to start now.
Let's see how far we get between now and 1:15.
Thank you.
Actually, you know what? I take that back. Why don't we just break for lunch now and come back at 1:40? I guess that's 45 minutes. 1:35. That's 45 minutes. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, let's resume. I think we stopped with staff.
Thank you, Arnie. Let me just one moment, if you mind. Let me just get
Sure.
my papers together.
I don't think that binder has enough tabs in it.
Well, I put them on that side, and then I said, "No, let's put them on top."
Meh.
But it works in a strange, perverse way. Mr. Nowak, is it Novak or Nowak, please?
Thank you for asking. Pronounced Novak, spelled with a W.
I've had a spirited discussion with your colleagues on that, and I will say during the break. Okay.
My apologies if I mispronounced it.
Quite all right, no
Don't worry
No
expectation.
back. Like a B.
Okay. Bear with me. Okay, let's start on page 28 of your direct.
Yes, I'm there.
If you could fill it in when we do it, starting where we are. Okay, on lines, starting at 28, page 28, line 10, again on your direct. Going to page 29, line 8. Chair, should I read this in? I'm referring to the witness's testimony.
Well, you're just asking him to look to a line of his.
I have a question. Yeah, I have a question on this text. Would it be helpful if I read the text as I was doing before?
Yeah, don't feel the need to read an entire page or anything.
Okay.
But
Well, here, yeah, let me just, hear the gist of this, Mr. Novak, is you're asserting that the stock price period in the DCF, discounted cash flow model, one component of that is the dividend yield. And that's the dividend over the stock price, correct?
Yes, that's the calculation.
And the issue we have here, what I want to touch upon, is which stock price period. Do you look at stock prices over the past? You're suggesting look at them over 3 periods, and I average them together. 30-day stock price, for these are the proxy group members, 30-day, 90-day, and 180 days, correct?
Correct. Those are the 3 periods I include in my analysis.
And you give equal weight to the 3.
Yeah, I don't ascribe specific weight. I look at them all.
Okay, you look at them all. Is there, well, when you say that, do you actually, mathematically, do you just use your own judgment, or is it just a straight 3 numbers divide by 3?
I'm applying my judgment.
Okay.
There may be certain circumstances that are anomalous in a given period. In those circumstances, I may give more weight to another. That wasn't particularly applicable in this period. What was important was in my rebuttal testimony. That analysis concluded February 27th, 2026, which is notable because it was the day following, actually, the next day was a Saturday, but the trading period that followed that was met with considerable volatility when the United States entered into the conflict in Iran. So I just note that my analysis precedes that. Would I update my analysis again lately? I may put more weight on one of those as an example of when I might put more weight on one average period versus the other.
Typically, without assuming there's not that sort of unusual event, a military conflict in the Middle East, you would typically give them essentially the same weight?
Again, I'm evaluating it in the context of many different variables.
Okay.
I don't ascribe any specific weight.
Okay, well, fair enough. The point, though, I'm trying to get to is, you obviously just referred to it, the military conflict. That, in the Middle East with Iran, that led to a very serious volatility in stock prices.
Yes, there was considerable volatility, and there continues to be volatility today.
And that sort of underscores the fact that at least in short-term, looking at short-term stock prices, they're more vulnerable than a longer-term stock price to an event that will have limited duration consequences, but it's not a long-standing permanent change in markets, but it is a short-term event that will cause volatility, like what happened with the Middle East, correct?
Well, again, that's why it's important to evaluate all 3 of these in the context of the capital market conditions in which we're evaluating. We also have to balance that with it's not terribly meaningful to look at a stale stock price. It would be in odd circumstances to look at a longer term average, a 360 day or something like that, because then we're getting very stale information. So we have to balance those two things. And that's why I look at 3 different averages.
Okay. Now, you as staff use 3 different ROE models, correct? You use the discounted cash flow, DCF, the CAPM, the capitalized asset pricing model, and the risk premium model, correct?
Those are my 3 primary approaches. I also looked at an expected earnings approach as a benchmark.
As a benchmark. Now, what is the advantage of using multiple ROE models?
In different capital market conditions, they may be subject to different inputs that may cause the result to shift. For example, the CAPM, in this instance, the projected risk-free rate versus the current risk-free rate, they were pretty similar. But if we were looking at a period where we were expecting an increase in interest rates, that would be captured in that model. The DCF, on the other hand, a couple, 2, 3, maybe even 4 years ago, valuations were very high, and the constant growth DCF, one of its assumptions is that valuations will carry forward in perpetuity. Because they were at very high levels at that point in time, it may have been understating the DCF. None of these conditions apply today, though. So I did evaluate all 3, but it is important to look at all 3 because they are telling you different things in the context of capital market conditions.
And they're telling you different things because there are different inputs into the models, and that's the whole point.
That is the point, getting more inputs and getting that context, because these, at the end of the day, they are estimates, and they require the reasoned judgment of the analyst to interpret them.
Okay. I want to turn to page 44 of your direct, lines 14 to 18. And here's where you're referring what I'll call your size adjustment. And you say smaller companies are less able to withstand adverse events that affect their revenues and expenses. As such, smaller companies generally are thought to be riskier than larger companies, and thus investors require a higher return for investment in smaller firms. And you apply that principle on page 46, starting at line 20. My conclusion is that Washington Gas is comparatively smaller than the proxy group companies, and the smaller size represents an incremental risk. While I've not made a specific adjustment to reflect the company's small size, the risk associated with small size indicates that Washington Gas's cost of equity is higher than the midpoint of the range of proxy group results. So that's I'll call it your size adjustment. Now, the basic principle in
Chairman Barve, I would just object. It's a bit of a mischaracterization of the witness's analysis here. His testimony is that he hasn't made an adjustment. If you look at page 46, I think it's line 22, it says, while I have not made a specific adjustment to reflect the company's small size.
Well, that's certainly true, but I'm going on line 20, bear with me a second.
My objection only is just for purposes of ensuring that the record is clear and that the council doesn't misstate.
Well, let's.
Let me just.
When you continue, you were about to explain. Oh.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm alluding to the statement at the last line of page 46. While I've not made a specific adjustment to reflect the company's size, the risk associated with small size indicates that Washington Gas's cost of equity is higher than the midpoint of the range of proxy group results. So certainly the witness is saying this does have an impact. He may not be telling us what the numbers are.
I'll overrule the objection in this case. So go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you, Chair Barve. Okay. Now, the basic principle, of course, if we're talking Hope Bluefield, is that the ROE should reflect the risks faced by the company. In this instance, Washington Gas, correct? Risk reward.
I'm sorry, I'm just having trouble relating that to the premise based on the size adjustment. Is that related to the Hope and Bluefield question?
Well, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have thrown it. My point is, you note that smaller companies typically are higher risk. Therefore, smaller companies typically will need a higher ROE. Is that correct?
I mean, there are several factors, but size is one factor that can increase risk and require a higher return.
Right, and that's what you're saying here. Okay, so I want to explore that idea because obviously we're not in a competitive industry. Sure, and we'll get into that in a bit. But we're talking now about a monopoly, right, of an essential service. No competitors, correct? So very different competitive posture than I'll call it a competitive industry company, correct?
I will agree that the company does have a different risk profile as a result of its regulation, but the studies that I cite to they include utilities. So the phenomenon of the size effect is true in both utility and the broader and broader industries as well. So it's been observed in both.
Okay. Well, I just want to explore some of the factors that bear on that precise issue. One reason a small company may have higher risks is that smaller company doesn't have the same amount of financial resources to invest to compete in research and development and developing new products, right? I mean that's a situation where a large company has a deeper pocket and has a big advantage in developing better products and services. Is that correct?
You're speaking generally in terms of the broad industry?
Yeah, in competitive industries, talking about size. I'm getting back to focus this. We're talking about how the size of a company bears on its risk. And I'm trying to sort of get behind the curtain and get what are the specific factors that you would look at and say, oh, that's a reason why a smaller company would be riskier. And one would be the fewer financial resources, correct?
Fewer financial resources. Others would include diversification, exposure to customer concentration. There's several factors that feed into that.
Okay. Yeah, no, I certainly was not suggesting it's the exclusive one. We'd like to mark another exhibit, please. I have this in my count.
It's number 4.
Staff Exhibit 4.
Yeah, 4, I believe.
Thank you.
4, yep.
This is Washington Gas's response to staff data request 36-2. This is where Washington Gas provides data on equity infusions.
Janet. Do you have an extra? Thank you. Just
Yeah, so now we have a real chart. So again, this idea of the access to capital, smaller versus larger company, this reflects the equity infusion that Washington Gas's parent, AltaGas, has provided since July 2018.
Chair Barve, I'm sorry. I just would object for purposes of pointing out that Company Witness Burroughs sponsored this exhibit might be a better person to address the questions and concerns raised by staff here.
Well, if I can respond.
Sure.
This is specific to the issue. I appreciate it's this equity infusions impact capital structure obviously by increasing the equity ratio, but I'm not getting at the capital structure here. I'm getting at the fact that utility one of the reasons a smaller company, as I would just explored with Mr. Novak, one of the reasons a smaller company is riskier is it's more difficult out in the capital markets. They're smaller, they're riskier, they're not the highest priority. We're dealing with a very different situation with a gas utility that has a very large parent that I think my calculation here was $980 million.
I'll allow it, overruled.
So again, this is a fairly substantial. This data indicates, I calculated as 979 million, rounding, of capital that AltaGas has provided to Washington Gas since 2018, correct?
the math I would have to do to confirm. These are equity infusions, though, and I would note that AltaGas is the investor here. We're looking at the standalone operations of Washington Gas in Maryland and evaluating on that basis. AltaGas in this instance is the equity investor.
Right. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, no, so I just wanted to add that it's really no different depending on if the size of the parent has no bearing on the standalone basis in which we evaluate the utility. A parent company may offer other benefits in terms of operational efficiencies and things of that nature, but at the end of the day, it is an equity investor, and AltaGas is subject to those risks, and AltaGas as the equity investor is subject to the small size risk as it relates to Washington Gas.
Yes, but my point is when Washington Gas goes out, needs funding for its capital expenditures, which of course is a major part of any rate case, they don't have to compete in capital markets. They're not exposed to the risks. They can go to their parent. This is cost-free, correct? AltaGas makes an equity infusion because this is its wholly owned subsidiary. So one of the risks of a small company, it's competing in capital markets. Washington Gas, while it of course does issue debt, I certainly understand that, it has the ability to rely on, in the year, almost $1 billion of money in last almost 20 years, getting straight from its parent with no interest payments associated, correct? There's no financial burden.
I disagree with that. As an equity investor, it is the shareholder in the company. It is exposed to risk. AltaGas has to determine how it's going to allocate its capital. It can allocate equity elsewhere. I speak in my rebuttal testimony and my direct, to a certain extent, about Eversource. When faced with the decision about where to allocate its capital, it directed spending away from its Connecticut utilities because it had concerns about earning its return on and of capital in that case. So the notion that it's risk-free, I disagree, because it is an opportunity cost at the end of the day.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say risk-free. It's cost-free. This is the parent company. In the capital markets, you're out there competing. As you pointed out earlier, if there's adverse events, you can automatically see it in capital markets. You're talking about Washington Gas gets the interest-free money from its parent. And I get it. This is not a gift. This is the equity investor that owns 100% of Washington Gas. So AltaGas, as you point out, is making this, it's a financial decision, taking into account all kinds of issues. But that's looking from AltaGas. I'm looking from Washington Gas's perspective. This is just cost-free money that Washington Gas can go out in the capital, can go around the capital markets and get directly from its parent. I don't want to belabor the point, but do you see where I'm going with that?
If I understand the question, I disagree completely. The cost, as I estimated, is 10.85%.
Okay. Let me move on to another aspect of Washington Gas's operations that provides a certain amount of protection, distinguishing it from a small company in a competitive industry. You're aware that Washington Gas has a fixed monthly charge, correct, in its tariffs, specifically. I know, obviously, with residential and some other classes.
Yeah, it's my understanding that certain customer classes for firm service, there is a reconciliation mechanism.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm not talking reconciliation. I'm talking about the fixed charge, the fixed monthly charge.
Oh, I'm sorry, the fixed monthly charge.
I think it's sometimes referred to as the customer charge.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, I am aware that they have a fixed customer charge.
And that, again, you have let's take the mild winter, right? I mean, there's the throughput. If I'm using 100 therms a month, all of a sudden I'm using 40 therms a month because it was a warm winter month. Revenue goes down for the company, correct?
Yes, I would agree with that.
And the fixed charge sort of buffers that. It doesn't necessarily offset it dollar for dollar, but certainly a fixed charge, by virtue of the term fixed charge, it's paid regardless of what your usage is.
Yes, there's a component of the bill that is fixed, and there are other components that are variable. I agree with that.
And it certainly would reduce risk, right? I mean, if revenues go, if it's a mild winter month, revenue won't go. This offsets or provides some degree of protection from a reduced revenue due to reduced therm usage.
I can't say it reduces risk because this is a comparative exercise. First, I would say relative to the utility industry, this is very common. The vast majority of the companies in my proxy group, I would suspect, have similar charges for their operating companies. I haven't looked at it specifically, but based on my general knowledge of the industry, it's very common. Secondarily, comparing it, and an earlier part of your questioning was about comparing it to unregulated industries. I would say there are trade-offs. Pricing in an unregulated industry is very different. The fixed and variable component may exist in other industries, but an important thing I think to appreciate is an unregulated industry is free to set prices as they see fit. The utility industry is different in that way. So this is not a simple, discrete issue in the way it's being characterized in your question.
I'd like to mark on this issue this is the filing by the Washington Gas of the revenue normalization adjustment. And we have this marked as Staff Exhibit 5.
Yep. 5, so marked.
Chair Barvet, it's okay if I move everything in at the end rather than
Sure.
by exhibit. Thank you. Okay, I've got copies for everyone. Thank you. Let me know when you're ready.
Yes, I have that.
Thank you. Now,
Oh, sure, thanks.
just to close the loop on this, look on page, this second sheet, page 2 of 4. You know, we're talking about the system charge. And if you look on line 7, column A, on page 2 of 4, it shows that the customer charge for residential customers is $11.85 a month, correct?
That's what I see on this page. This is not a calculation that I had, that was part of my analysis, or something I reviewed in preparing my testimony.
And just to that point, Chair Barvet, I would object just because no foundation has been laid for this document. It's not, the witness just testified that he didn't perform the calculation. It's not clear that he's seen the document, reviewed it, knows what it is.
I will say, as I always do, 3 weeks ago, I sent an email to the utility telling them the documents I would be asking the ROE witness about. And I said specifically the ROE witness. So I'm sensitive for sure to that idea of throwing a document at a witness and saying, I haven't seen it. But I specifically notified the utility that I'd be asking, in fact, each of the documents. So I think it's a bit unfair for the witness to say, I had no idea.
Did you get that communication?
To be clear, I have seen the document prior to this. My statement was that I didn't review this prior to preparing my testimony. I received it last week, I believe, not 3 weeks ago.
In this case, I'll sustain the objection.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if I understand, so this was the objection being that I cannot ask questions on this document?
Well, certainly on line 7, I mean.
Oh, okay, okay. So I have, okay, so yeah, I just pointed that out because we were talking about the customer charge or system charge. Okay, the bigger point is revenue normalization adjustment, big picture on it. We can get into the weeds and I've got a whole bunch of questions, but if we can avoid it, that would be great. It essentially takes the per customer revenue established in the prior rate case, base revenue that's referred to, and adjusts up or down revenue to reflect, to offset changes in the customer usage and number of customers, correct?
Yeah, and that's about as far as I can go with it. I was able to track that much from the document, but having not taken any part in preparing this, there's obviously some calculations behind this that I cannot speak to.
Okay, but you would agree that any rate mechanism that takes a reduction in usage and then provides a surcharge to compensate for at least a portion of that revenue that's lost because of the reduction in usage, would provide protection, some degree of protection to the utility.
I agree, because I included that in my direct testimony and in my analysis. I looked at all of the proxy companies to see how prevalent they were. And I speak to that, the prevalence of the regulatory mechanisms, both that Washington Gas has and that the proxy companies have, to demonstrate that they're common in the industry. And when looking at these mechanisms, that comparative exercise is important, because I've developed the proxy group to mirror the risk of the subject company. And in that way, I found that Washington Gas had no distinct advantage compared to the proxy companies, and for that reason, there was no adjustment. So any risk mitigating effect does not meaningfully change it from the risk relative to the proxy group.
But understand, the context I'm bringing this up is in connection with the size adjustment. I appreciate your point, that this is a common, the RNA is a common feature. So I can't say, whoops, we got to do an adjustment, a downward adjustment for Washington Gas, because they're the only one, the proxy group doesn't have this. That's not the context I'm dealing with this. I'm just talking about your statement that because Washington Gas is a smaller company than the proxy groups, they're exposed to greater risk, and that should be reflected as have an upward impact on the rate of the return on equity. And I'm making the point that this RNA, and again, I don't want to get into the weeds of it, it provides an offset. It mitigates the loss of revenue when there's a reduction in usage due to mild winter or other causes, correct?
This does not eliminate the size effect, though, and that's why I looked at both of these analyses. I looked at the regulatory adjustment mechanisms available to the proxy group, and on that basis, I found there was no reason to find a risk differential. But nonetheless, that doesn't eliminate the size effect. The size effect still exists, and there is a meaningful difference from the proxy companies.
Okay, let me, now one, again, just looking at factors that provide or not protection, let me mark as a staff exhibit 6. This is a document from witness Nguyen. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Win. Thank you.
Well, so marked. Let's look at it.
So another aspect. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me wait till everyone gets this.
Oh. I know. We're yappy.
This is the yappy corner.
This is the yappy.
You're so quiet over there.
She's poking fun at you.
I'm making fun of Kumar.
That's yeah, actually. I'm fair game though.
Of course.
What's that?
And this is staff what?
6.
6? Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry. This is staff 6. Staff exhibit 6. And are you familiar with? I'm looking at line 4.
I would clarify that I have not seen this exhibit prior to today.
Yeah, and forget the numbers. I'm just getting at the idea that the rates established in this rate case will reflect recovery of uncollectibles, which are amounts charged to customers that are not paid. That's essentially written off by the utility after whatever time period, 30 or 60 or 90 days, and they determine they're not, it's not going to be collected. So it goes into a bucket called uncollectibles. That's your understanding?
Based on the very limited information in the schedule, it does appear that there is an adjustment for uncollectibles, which doesn't surprise me because it's very common across the industry.
Yeah, all industries, yes.
And that, I believe it's actually included in the underlying report that I relied on to develop my comparison of the various regulatory mechanisms that are available to Washington Gas and the proxy companies. And I'll note that there are a number of different adjustment mechanisms, recovery mechanisms, and things like that employed by utilities. It's very common in the industry, so this doesn't meaningfully distinguish it from the proxy group. And focusing on any single one, I think is, it's important to realize that the effect of any single adjustment, you have to evaluate whether or not an investor would meaningfully require a different return as a result of that mechanism. And all of these adjustments that we've discussed so far all speak to the overall regulatory risk. And you really have to evaluate the whole suite of available mechanisms. And despite the availability of this suite of mechanisms, sources like Regulatory Research Associates still ascribes a below average rating to the regulatory risk, which suggests a higher risk to Washington Gas as compared to other states. There's really only one other state that has the same ranking as Maryland, and that's Connecticut.
Well, I'm not suggesting that this recovery of uncollectible costs distinguishes Washington Gas from other utilities. In fact, I think that's the point. All utilities, as you point out, it's pretty much universal. But my point is that would distinguish utilities as an industry, including Washington Gas, of course, from a competitive industry, where if you've got uncollectibles, and you say, we'll raise our rates. What the heck? We'll just raise our rates to recover it. You can, in a competitive industry, you can lose market share, you can lose revenue, but that's not the case. In a utility, you're a monopoly on an essential service. So isn't that a distinction you'd see?
Again, I would go back to earlier comments I made about the difference in terms of price setting in a regulated industry versus an unregulated industry. Is fundamentally different. A company is free, that is not price regulated, is free to adjust its price to account for uncollectibles without seeking regulatory approval. It may do that. So it is different. And I would also echo what I stated earlier, that the studies that I have observed include both regulated and unregulated industries in terms of the observation of the size effect. And that's why it's recognized by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission in terms of how it calculates the CAPM. It includes a size premium in its calculation that it relies on for ROEs.
Let me, last item, I guess this would be Staff Exhibit 7, and this would be the balancing charge in connection with standalone distribution service.
Okay, well, it'll be marked as 7.
Yeah, and this is the last one, promise. Let me know when you've taken a look.
Yes, I have this.
And if you look at the last page, if you turn it over, that last page, which is work paper 2 of 2, essentially this is a cost. Essentially, this is a cost tracker. This is tracking the costs that Washington Gas incurs to support its standalone distribution service, where demand goes up and down. So they have, Washington Gas has acquired assets, and if you look on line 4, Hampshire Gas Company, line 1, peak shaving. Essentially, Washington Gas has sort of storage and other services they acquire from third parties to support the standalone distribution service.
Yeah, again, I had seen this one previously, but I would offer the same caveat I offered with an earlier one. I didn't review this in preparing my testimony. I saw it a couple weeks ago when it was sent to me, or a week ago, and I had no part in preparing the calculation, but essentially that's my understanding of what it is.
Right, and again, I appreciate you're not in the weeds on this one, but it's a cost tracker, so when the rates charged by those upstream pipelines for storage or peak shaving capacity to support the variability of demand and supply of gas on a day, this reduces the risk to Washington Gas because they've got an automatic tracker that they just come in and they say, here's our cost for the month, and that's immediately reflected in rates, correct? That would have a low, that would reduce risks faced by any company when they can simply flow through to a captive customer base an increase in their costs. All, putting aside other factors.
Yeah, putting aside other factors, but again, I have to echo the earlier comments. These types of adjustments are very common. We need to evaluate the full suite of mechanisms available, and unregulated industries have different constraints in how they set prices, and they may or may not be able to reflect it in a different way. So with the same caveats as before, I would say I wouldn't look at risk mitigation in a vacuum in that way. It's a comparative exercise at the end of the day.
Well, not to belabor the point, and I'll stop. Well, in a competitive industry, you're right. That's exactly the point. When they look at cost, call it uncollectibles, cost of lost and unaccounted for, call it balancing charges, they have to say to themselves, if we raise our prices, sure, we can raise our prices, but we could lose revenue and market share if we do it. A utility's not losing market share when it's raising prices on a captive audience, a captive customer base, I should say.
Chair Barvet, there's not a question there. Is
No,
there,
that is a
is there a question? Okay.
Absolutely a question.
Could you phrase that as
So,
a question?
yes,
for the-
when a utility raises its prices to reflect any increase in cost of inputs, could be the price of the gas, but here we're talking distribution service as a standalone. So here it's specific distribution service related costs. That is upstream pipeline costs. The utility has there's no risk they have to absorb. They don't, a competitive industry company is looking at its competition and saying, if we raise our prices because of this increase of an input cost, we might lose revenue. You know, it might come back and cause us to lose revenue. The utility doesn't have that calculation, correct?
I would disagree that this is a guarantee. I mean, the company adjusts for it and has the ability to seek cost recovery of it, but an assurance is not a guarantee.
Well, this is an automatic adjustment to the rates.
I do not know the particulars of the procedural history, but generally most adjustment mechanisms are subject to regulatory review. So it is not a guarantee.
But let's assume, fair point, let's assume that the commission typically, invariably, but let's just say typically, if this is a prudently incurred cost, and obviously that's the key criteria. If it's a prudently incurred cost, typically this commission will allow it to be recovered, and that would apply fully to this cost tracker, correct?
Yeah, and again, I think it's important to point to the differences between unregulated industries and regulated industries. Regulated utilities operate a bit uniquely from unregulated industries in that most of them have negative free cash flow. They are very capital-intensive industries. The regulatory compact allows some assurances of cost recovery that allows the utility to maintain its credit rating as it is. Absent that regulatory compact, it would be very difficult for a company to raise capital in that way. So these mechanisms are necessary for the company to be able to raise the capital in the manner that it does.
One moment, Your Honor. I think that's all good. Thank you very much. Appreciate the back and forth.
Okay.
That's what staff has.
Redirect.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Can I move in before?
Oh, yes, right. You want to move 1 through 7?
Risk of leaving it to the end. I think it's 4, 5, 6, 7. Staff would ask to.
Without objection, so entered.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect.
All right, just a few on redirect. Mr. Novak, do you recall when counsel for OPC asked you a question regarding the expected returns presumed by certain institutional investors, and you responded using the acronym CMA in your response?
Yes, I recall that exchange.
Will you please help us understand what you mean when you say CMA?
Yeah, those are capital market assumptions that institutional investors will use to underlie their investment strategies, and they're for particular purposes. One close analog is pension fund management. An important thing to understand there is that not only is there a return, but there's also going to be there's going to be liabilities, or there's going to be obligations that have to be paid from the fund. So for that purpose, for planning purposes, it helps to determine what allocation of resources, or what allocation of investments, will best meet those needs to fund those requirements going forward.
In your response to questions from OPC counsel on this same topic, you testified about the use of your presumed use of the geometric mean for the CMAs versus an arithmetic mean that you employ when conducting your analysis using the traditional cost of equity models. Do you recall that line of questions with OPC's counsel?
Yes, I recall bringing up the issue with geometric means that is often embedded in these CMAs.
But isn't it sort of isn't your point of, or is it your point of raising the distinction between the geometric mean and the arithmetic mean, that the expected returns presumed in the CMAs are distinct from the cost of equity that's determined using your cost of the traditional cost of equity models?
Yeah, geometric means serve an important purpose. If you invested in, say, Apple in 1985, and you sold it today, it's very easy to calculate what you bought it for, what you sold it for, and you can generate a geometric return. However, when we're looking forward, and we're looking at required returns and not expected returns, it's very important to consider that it's not a simple A to B. You're going to be subject to volatility over that period. If you were able to perfectly predict the future, you would know when you want to sell that investment and earn that return. But there's inherent uncertainty. From year to year, there's going to be fluctuations. For the purpose of these CMAs, there's a bit of a generalization that can occur in looking at geometric returns because they're looking to really layer different asset classes by the returns. So geometric returns in that context can be meaningful, but when we're looking at required returns, investors can't protect themselves from that volatility, and therefore arithmetic returns are more appropriate for looking at required returns and those estimation processes.
All right, last question. Mr. Novak, in response, again, to a question from counsel for OPC, you testified regarding a decision, 2021-2022 decision of the Arizona Corporation Commission, where it set a specific ROE. And you testified that at the time of the Arizona Corporation Commission's decision, the 30-year Treasury yield was at about 3%, and you testified that the 30-year yield on the Treasury yield right now is approximately 5%. But you did not explain the materiality of that distinction. Would you please do so now?
Yes, to elaborate on that a bit, the important distinction is that 8.7% was authorized at a time when the capital market conditions were such that the cost of capital was much lower. When we look at objective measures of the cost of capital, like the yield on the 30-year Treasury, it was substantially lower at that point in time. The import of that being, it was 8.7% that was determined by the Commission at that point in time, and there were adverse consequences, and it made it more difficult for that company to raise capital. I draw that comparison today because when looking at the context of Mr. Lynn's recommendation of 6.74%, we're in capital market conditions at present that suggest a higher cost of capital, such that 8.7% today, that would be even more catastrophic because compared to the objective measures of the cost of capital, that is substantially lower to what we're looking at for a cost of equity today.
Nothing further.
Okay, the questioning will be Linton, Suchman, Hoover, McLean, and the chair in that order. Suchman?
No questions.
Fred?
So on your rebuttal testimony, page 3, line 21.
Yes, I'm there.
So you say, my ROE recommendation of 10.85% for Washington Gas continues to be supported by my updated analysis based on market data as of February 27, 2026. And as your discussion with staff counsel, a significant event happened the very next day. So how do you factor in something like that as far as what it does to the risk for an event that, you know, one day seems to be over, another day is back in full tilt?
Yeah, that's a very important question because it is difficult. Because it has been rather difficult over the past year or so to determine whether or not an event is going to be transient or not. How long that will affect capital market conditions. And when preparing this testimony, I made the decision to, I didn't want to use that March data because I wasn't sure where we were in that conflict. So I did want to get an estimate before that data was really reflected in the underlying market conditions. So given where we are today, I would think one of the important distinctions that we're seeing is the 30-year Treasury. When I prepared this testimony, when I prepared my rebuttal specifically, it was 4.79%. As of Friday, it was 5.1%. So we are seeing a 30 basis point increase in the risk-free rate. So with all of that being said, I would say we are seeing upward pressure on the cost of capital, but the key question is how long will this event be sort of a hang on capital market conditions? And that's uncertain. So I would say, if anything, recent events only increase my estimate, but the counterbalance here is equity investors are typically in it for the long haul. So they would hope to weather these conditions and hope that there is a resolution. But that being said, assuming we were to resolve the Middle East conflict tomorrow, that would really just bring me back to where I was as of February 27th. So I would say there could be upward pressure. The extent to which it's still difficult to tell at this point in time.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
Clayton?
No questions, thank you, sir.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. On this issue of Washington Gas as being a small company, can a regulated monopoly, even though it's not as large as perhaps other large utilities, can a regulated monopoly really ever be considered as a small entity? Given the fact that you have, given the fact that you're a low risk company, low risk utility.
Yes, it's been more difficult to measure more recently, mainly because at this point in time, most regulated utilities are part of a holding company structure. There were more companies at the time of the studies that I cited where there were more publicly traded utilities. So we had better data to perform that analysis you speak of. But that phenomenon was observed in both regulated and unregulated industries.
I guess the reason I asked the question is that as a regulated utility, I would think that the amount of risk associated with you being an ongoing concern shouldn't be very much different between you and some gigantic company like, I assume, Duke Energy is way bigger than you.
Well, actually, going back to the Arizona example, it's sort of an interesting case study in a way. The reason we were able to get such a good observation of the effect on that particular decision was because Pinnacle West Capital Corporation is the parent of Arizona Public Service, and that's the vast majority of its operations. So we can get good data on that. So we can observe it. And as a result, Pinnacle West, when we talk about the things that drive the size effect and the incremental risk that you get on size, it's things like lack of diversification, the ability to withstand adverse events. We saw such a sharp change in Pinnacle West's price because all of its operations were in Arizona for all intents and purposes. So those phenomena still exist. If you only have operations in a single jurisdiction, you effectively, your diversification is very small. And we are trying to estimate the cost of equity for the standalone Maryland operations of Washington Gas in this case.
Okay. Let me ask a technical question. I can't believe I've been in finance for 40 years and never heard the term geometric return. Is that just a fancy way of saying a compound interest calculation?
Effectively, yes.
Oh.
You're looking at where you started from and where you ended and looking at the annualized return over that period.
Okay, all right. Now I understand. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Call your next witness.
All right, the company calls Janet Burrows.
This guy was good. And I've crossed lots of these guys. He wasn't giving me an inch. But that's okay, because the commissioners were stupid. But he was good. No, he was just crude. Yeah, I know. Okay, fair enough. I just didn't know.
Alberta, Canada. Postal code is T2P 1Y8. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, Ms. Burrows, you ready? All
I
right.
am, thank you.
Would you please state your position of employment and your employer for the record?
Yes, so my position is Vice President Treasury, and my employer is AltaGas Ltd.
All right, Ms. Burrows, do you have with you a document entitled Direct Testimony of Janet Burrows, consisting of a one-page summary, 19 typed pages of questions and answers, and 8 exhibits, which was filed in public version and in confidential version in this proceeding on December 29th, 2025?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you also have with you a document entitled Rebuttal Testimony of Janet Burrows, consisting of a one-page summary, 20 typed pages of questions and answers,
Yes, I
and
do.
two rebuttal exhibits, which was filed in public version and confidential version in this proceeding on April 28th, 2026?
Yes, I do.
Were these documents prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
And do you have any corrections or additions to them?
No, I do not.
If you were asked the questions appearing there, would you provide the same or substantially the same answers today?
Yes, I would.
And do you wish to adopt the direct testimony and the rebuttal testimony as your own in this case?
Yes, I do.
All right. Chair Barve, I would ask that at this time, Ms. Burrows' direct testimony be marked for identification as Washington Gas Exhibit 20 and Washington Gas Exhibit 20C, 20C being the confidential version.
So marked.
Okay. I would also ask that Ms. Burrows' rebuttal testimony be marked for identification as Washington Gas Exhibit 21 and 21C, C being the confidential version.
So marked.
And with that, witness is available for cross-examination.
AOPA,
No questions, Your Honor.
People's Counsel.
Did you? No question. Did you move that in though?
What?
I would thank you. I would ask that Ms. Burrows' direct and rebuttal testimony be admitted to the record.
What would we do without People's Counsel? So admitted.
I mean, I guess we should have left it. No questions.
Okay. MEA. CCAN. Staff.
Staff, just a couple. Hi, Ms. Burrows. If you can turn to page 12 of your testimony, direct testimony. Lines 3 through 10.
I'm there.
Okay, and there it says in 2024, the company was experiencing significant regulatory lag. As a result, the parent company injected equity into Washington Gas in order to manage credit metrics that were trending below the S&P downgrade threshold of 15%. Washington Gas used the equity infusion to reduce debt, thereby increasing the FFO debt ratio to 15.3% at year-end 2024 and potentially avoiding a downgrade. The reduced opening debt balance in 2025 due to the 2024 equity infusion and strong FFO results in 2025 have led to an improved ratio of FFO debt. Just to unpack that a little bit, FFO is funds from operations?
That is correct. Funds from operations.
And you say potentially avoiding downgrade. Whenever this is an equity infusion, there was a concern the metrics were approaching the point on Washington Gas that could lead to a downgrade. So that was the motivation behind the equity infusion.
That is correct.
Do we know whether it did actually avoid that downgrade, or is that just really speculation at this point?
So the company was not downgraded. So I guess we do know that for certainty. Yeah, I think if your question is whether or not we know what would have happened had we not,
right?
We do not know that.
Okay. And I want to refer to an exhibit. This is staff exhibit 4. Yeah, the equity infusion. Let me give you a copy of this. This is I just introduced.
I have one. They provided me one.
Perfect. Again, this indicates that Washington Gas's parent, AltaGas, and you referred to them as of course, the entity that provided the equity infusion in 2024, providing $978 million since 2018. And obviously this transfer, this equity infusion, that is from the parent AltaGas to the utility, will increase the equity ratio. And that's probably part of the reason for doing it, correct?
That is correct.
And if it's done right before a rate case, there could be concerns, I'm sure you're aware of, there's sensitivity about an equity infusion being done in the period before a rate case as an attempt to increase the equity ratio. Is that a factor that that utility considers and AltaGas considers in terms of the timing of equity infusions?
So I would look at it a little bit differently than the way you describe. So when we think about when to do equity infusions, we're very focused around a number of things. One of them is continuing to balance the capital structure. So as you know, we can balance the capital structure by injecting equity or issuing debt. So continuing to have an appropriate balance of debt and equity at the utility. And that is what this schedule in large part is for, of continuing to manage the proper capital structure of the utility. When we think about specifically 2024 and injecting equity, I would say that we are very mindful of trying to protect that A- credit rating that we do believe provides a good cost of capital for the ratepayers. And in order to protect that A- rating, it's important for us to be between the 15 and 20%, like the credit ratio of FFO to debt. That is the range of 15 to 20%. So we did this with the mindfulness of saying, I think it's important to protect the A- credit rating. And I think as we come forward for rate cases, what we want to be able to show is we're doing our part to help continue to bolster the strength of the utility, and that is ultimately the best thing for ratepayers. So that's how I would view it.
And I was struck by the fact that you used the term "we." I assume it's an ongoing dialogue between AltaGas, the parent, and Washington Gas about these real concerns about credit metrics and whether you're approaching the risk of a downgrade. So there is a dialogue going on. It's not just all of a sudden you get an email from AltaGas, we're sending you $58 million.
No.
So it's a back and forth where you share your, presumably in situations like this, sharing your concerns about, sharing Washington Gas's concerns about a potential credit rating downgrade.
Yep. And Washington Gas has a standalone credit rating, so we're very mindful of that.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Redirect.
Okay. Just one question. Council for Staff asked you about the equity injections that are identified on Staff Exhibit 4. And you specifically, he asked you sort of whether the company is sensitive to making equity injections in advance of a rate case. And you specifically referenced you specifically mentioned in your response the injections made in 2024. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And just so the record is entirely clear, those injections were not made for purposes of adjusting the capital structure going into preparation for the rate case, were they?
That is a correct statement.
Okay. Okay. That's all I have.
Okay, we'll begin questions from the bench with Commissioner Suchman.
Good afternoon, Ms. Burrows. Welcome to America.
Thank you.
I hope you had no problems getting across the border,
And
or
more
have
importantly,
problems
no problem
getting
getting
back
out,
across.
right.
But getting back across is going to be your problem. Okay. So I actually wanted to ask you some questions about the unprotected edit balance. And it's in your testimony, in your rebuttal testimony, so I'm assuming you're comfortable. I'm not going to go into the details because I can't do that either. So it would be maybe blind leading the blind. But in terms of its value to the company as a whole, you write in your rebuttal testimony that it functions as a form of permanent cost-free capital. and that supports the company's utility plant and helps finance assets along with debt and equity. So there is a value to the company in keeping that $46 million for as long as you can keep it. There's a value to it not dispersing. There's a value to you in not dispersing it quickly.
Right. If I understand your question, that there is a value to continuing to use the ARAM method versus accelerating the refund.
Right, but separate and apart from the methods of disbursement, the 46 million has value to the company.
Correct.
And so the 46 million was collected because the assumption was that the tax rate was going to be 35%, and then it was reduced to 21%, and so essentially Washington Gas overcollected, not knowing that they were going to overcollect, but they overcollected. And where does that money sit? Where does it go? Does it go any place? Is it collecting interest? Is it getting?
I think I understand your question.
I hope I understand my question. Go ahead.
I think you're asking whether or not we hold restricted cash of collecting those amounts.
Does it sit? Is it sitting in escrow somewhere? Or is it just part of the company's sort of everyday cash flow in and out?
Yeah, I understand your question. Okay. So it does not sit as restricted cash. It forms part of the general corporate purposes for the organization. It obviously sits on the balance sheet as a liability, but the offsetting asset, we don't sit on the cash. We would use that cash, and if we had to refund that money to customers, we would issue debt to have the cash to.
Well, hopefully it's not an if, it's a when. Right.
Yeah, of course. Sorry.
Right. No, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
So, but the 46 million, it's not company money. It's ratepayer money, correct? I mean, you were, and it's certainly no fault to WGL. You didn't know that your tax rate was going to go down, which is good for you. But this money is ratepayer money, correct? When they sent the money to WGL, it was part of their bill. And WGL collected that money, assuming that they needed to turn that money then over to the federal government. And on some level, if you get to hold it for a long period of time, it's kind of like a windfall. You have this free money. You've got $46 million of somebody else's money that you get to do whatever you need to with.
Yeah, I guess. I do understand. I understand your question. I don't suppose that's any different than any other funds we do collect from customers. So maybe.
Well, it is. I mean, it's all other funds you're collecting are based on decisions that the commission made that allow you to collect money for. I mean, you talked about customer, not you, but we had a conversation about customer charges before. Customers will pay. For usage, then they'll pay for some amount that supports infrastructure. But they paid money because they thought it was going to go to the federal government, and it's not going to the federal government. So it's just sitting on WGL's balance sheet as a liability that you owe at some point. You're suggesting, I think it's 25 years. I'm really not understanding why you think you're entitled to money that's not yours. Because it really isn't your money. It was either the federal government's money, or it should be going back to ratepayers. I mean, somebody overpays. I mean, if somebody overpaid their WGL bill, you're not going to say, we're going to just keep whatever you overpaid and we'll pay it off in 25 years. You're either going to refund it or you're going to credit the next month's charge. So maybe I'm not understanding. I'm not a tax lawyer, so maybe I'm not understanding the nuances of it. But it just seems to me that WGL collected money that it no longer owes. It shouldn't be holding it for 25 years. And you don't have to answer that question. So that's all I have.
Thanks.
Hoover.
So, How many affiliates does AltaGas have, including WGL?
Sorry, specifically
Subsidiaries, you mean?
subsidiaries?
Yeah.
We have a number of subsidiaries. But offhand, I don't have a good count for you.
I mean, is it less than 10 or?
We would have, for sizable subsidiaries, probably less than 10.
All right, so let me cut to the chase. You said you have this ongoing conversation with WGL about these infusions that you make. Obviously, you have similar conversations with the other subsidiaries, who I guess have the same requirements. So how do you go about judging who you fund and when?
So the way we would look at this is it really depends on specifically for the legal entity, what are the cash requirements? And so when I look specifically at Washington Gas, Washington Gas has a more capital intensive investment program than we have for our other subsidiaries. And so I guess what I can tell you is Washington Gas is the only subsidiary where we do continue to need to inject equity to recalibrate the capital structure. The other entities are more able to fund some of their capital on using their free cash flow.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Good afternoon, ma'am. This is more of a curiosity question than anything. In your rebuttal testimony on page 6. Do you have a question? You there, ma'am?
Okay, I'm there.
You're responding to Mr. Oliver's criticism about the company's reliance on private debt placements.
Yes.
And one of the things you note on line 20, going on to 21, is that private placements are subject to market discipline and rating agency and regulatory scrutiny. Can you tell me a little bit about the regulatory scrutiny part of that, please?
So I guess where I would say around the regulatory scrutiny is we do provide our funding plan, and then as we think about the regulatory scrutiny, it is that we are ensuring that we're issuing debt that is, sorry, I'm a little bit lost for words.
No, take your time. I would try and fill in the blanks, but I'm not able to. So.
It's okay. I guess what I would say is we view that the private placement markets meet the regulatory scrutiny of this specific court hearing room today, and that they should be viewed no differently than any public debt issuance that is used in the market.
Okay, so when you're saying regulatory scrutiny, are you talking about Maryland Public Service Commission, or are you talking about the Securities Exchange Commission in D.C., or if you know?
I can't say for sure in this moment. I'm sorry.
That's no problem at all.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Just one quick one. I'm not familiar with AltaGas. What percentage of your subsidiaries are regulated utilities?
Percentage I'll probably get wrong, but 2. So Washington Gas Light and Semco is our other rate regulated.
So it's a small part of your business, relatively speaking, or?
So I wouldn't say that. I would say the rate regulated business, when you think about our overall EBITDA, so our earnings before interest tax, it's greater than 50% is coming from our rate regulated utilities.
Okay.
So I would say it's probably the opposite of insignificant.
Okay. All right. It's significant then. Okay. Well, the opposite. Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you very much. Call your next witness.
Mark Kelly, and then Kimberly Bell.
All right, the company calls Mark Kelly.
No, she won't be.
Yeah. So I'm gonna take it with you.
Yeah, I can say. You got it? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Raise your right hand.
Going through
Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury
No, that's okay. Take your time.
the testimony that you're about to give? I do. Would you please state and spell your first and last name?
Mark Kelly, M-A-R-K-K-E-L-L-Y,
And could you provide your business address?
300 Madison Avenue, New York, New York, 10017.
Oh, please, I just thought you'd jump right in there.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Kelly. Would you please state your title and your employer for the record?
A partner at PricewaterhouseCoopers LLP.
All right, and Mr. Kelly, do you have with you a document entitled Direct Testimony of Mark Kelly, consisting of a one-page summary, 19 typed pages of questions and answers, and 5 exhibits,
I do.
which was filed in public version only in this proceeding on December 29th, 2025?
I do.
And do you also have with you a document entitled Rebuttal Testimony of Mark Kelly, consisting of a one-page summary and 7 typed pages of questions and answers, which was filed in public version only in this proceeding on April 28th, 2026?
I do.
And were these documents prepared by you or under your supervision?
They were.
Yes, I can't find Davis.
And do you have any corrections or addition to these documents?
I do not.
And if you were asked the questions appearing there, would you provide the same or substantially the same answers today?
I would.
Do you wish to adopt the direct testimony and the rebuttal testimony as your own in this case?
I do.
All right. At this time, Chair Barve, I would ask that Mr. Kelly's direct testimony be marked for identification as Washington Gas Exhibit Number 22
So marked.
and admitted to the record.
Without objection, so admitted.
And I would ask also, Chair Barve, that Mr. Kelly's rebuttal testimony be marked for identification as Washington Gas Exhibit Number 23
So marked.
and also admitted to the record in this proceeding.
Also without objection, so admitted.
And with that, Chair Barve, the witness is available for cross-examination.
Okay, AOPA,
No questions, Your Honor.
People's Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Kelly. How are you doing?
Good afternoon.
Without trying to get buried in acronym soup, at a high level, your testimony centers around an accounting change WGL is proposing to include in its rates that impacts how the company accounts for net operating loss tax assets on its books, correct?
Correct.
And this change has the effect of increasing rate base, correct?
It does.
Are you? Can you?
Could you speak a little closer? Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So if I could direct you to your direct testimony at page 2. I suppose it's more of a general. Starting line 20, in general, you talk about how in June 2024, the Internal Revenue Service, the IRS, issued 3 private letter rulings, or PLRs for the court reporter, which is what is prompting WGL to make this change, correct?
Correct.
And none of the 3 companies in the none of the companies in the 3 PLRs are affiliated or corporately linked with WGL or AltaGas, right?
That is correct.
And on page 3, if you're direct, on line 4, you state that the determinations made in a PLR are directed only to the taxpayer requesting them and are not binding on the IRS as to another taxpayer, right?
That is correct.
So the IRS isn't bound to that decision. It could make a different determination regarding a different taxpayer, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And WGL has its own request for a PLR pending with the IRS regarding this very issue at the moment, correct?
That's my understanding.
And so IRS Revenue Procedure 2017-47, commonly known as the Safe Harbor Provision, details what steps need to be taken if a normalization issue is found and what has to be done to avoid a penalty, right?
That's partially correct. It's a safe harbor procedure if you are in a normalization violation in order to correct the violation.
Okay. So let's turn to that procedure, which I believe is attached to your direct testimony as MK4. And if you could turn to page 10. So section 5.1, page at the bottom, page 10, and going into the other page, without reading the whole thing, essentially, in summary, states that a taxpayer can maintain safe harbor and not be penalized by the IRS by, if they think there's a normalization violation, by filing a statement that identifies the inconsistent practice or procedure, and including a representation that the taxpayer intends to change to a consistent practice or procedure at the quote next available opportunity. That's generally correct.
Well, that your summary of that section is correct. Yes.
Yeah. And retroactive rate making is not required after making a change, as according to these to this IRS revenue procedure. Retroactive rate making isn't required, right?
No, I don't agree with that.
Give me one moment, please. Could you turn to your direct at page 17? Line 5. You state that, as provided in Exhibit MK5, the IRS has clarified the guidance in Revenue Procedure 2017-47 that the utility may correct its inconsistent practices or procedures on a go-forward basis, and that reversal of the prior effects or retroactive rate making are not required.
Yeah, I would agree with that statement, but I want to make sure the context is correct of your question. So, in terms of where WGL was, they identified a normalization violation after issuances of those the 3 PLRs that you referenced. They then began the procedure in Revenue Procedure 2017-47, to disclose that on the subsequent tax returns, okay? And then the availability to correct this is the next available opportunity, which is the current base rate case, okay? So if the adjustment is made in this rate case, there would be no requirement to retroactively adjust that back 2 years or 3 years or any period prior to that. However, it's slightly different in the question of if you go through this base rate case and do not correct it, in my view, you would be in a normalization violation position, and in that instance, the only point at which you could continue with it would be to have the PLR request subject to rates being corrected as of the date of this base rate case.
Okay, yeah, we'll get there. As we've discussed, your testimony, this is the next available opportunity, this current rate case, yes.
That's correct.
Okay. So next available opportunity, if you could turn to page 10 in the revenue procedure again.
Mm-hmm.
It's a .07. I guess let me summarize without, again, trying to read IRS provisions. Part 1 of the definition essentially says if the company doesn't have a rate case ongoing, next available opportunity is the next rate case, right?
That's correct.
And then Part 2 essentially says if the company has a rate case ongoing, next available opportunity is that rate case, unless a state law or commission rule prohibits the company from making that change, in which case the next available opportunity is the next rate case, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and so now Part 3 of the definition. Part 3 states if the company has a PLR still pending with the IRS at the end of the rate case, and the commission establishes rates, and this time I'm quoting, subject to adjustment from the effective date of the unadjusted rates, unquote, to conform to the IRS's ruling, then the company has corrected its inconsistent practice or procedure at the next available opportunity, right?
That's correct. There's some predicates in there to that event happening, right? Which is, again, you have to have the ruling filed, and then the rates have to be adjusted retroactive to the base rate case.
Right. So, in essence, if the IRS hasn't ruled on the WGL's PLR by the time this commission renders its decision in this case, .073 would say that WGL would have corrected its inconsistent practice, if it is, assuming it is inconsistent, and will not be in violation of the normalization rules if the commission sets rates subject to adjustment from the date of when this rate case ends, based upon the outcome of that PLR request. Long question, but is that correct?
If I understand your question again, if the NOL DTA is not included in rate base, the company remains in violation. What this provision is saying is that it will continue to be in an inadvertent normalization position as long as the other requirements are met, in which case, you have a retroactive adjustment to this rate case. If the IRS rules that a normalization violation does occur, right? And of course, the IRS has to rule on that in order for that to happen, which is not a certainty. But it does not clear the normalization violation if you do not include the NOL DTA in rate case. This is the next available opportunity per 2017-47 to correct the normalization violation. If you don't correct it, you remain in violation.
The point of the PLR with the IRS is to determine whether there is a normalization violation, is it not? It's for the IRS to tell the company if there is a normalization violation.
That's the point of the ruling request, yes.
And so until the IRS rules on that PLR, there has been no determination by the IRS that there is, in fact, a normalization violation occurring at this moment, right?
By the IRS only.
By the
correct.
IRS, yes. Does this procedure state anywhere in it that the rates the commission sets have to include the NOLC adjustment you're proposing?
Sorry, can you say that question again?
Does the IRS procedure, does it state in it anywhere that the rates the commission sets, subject to adjustment, have to include the NOLC adjustment that you're proposing?
Not specifically. This is a general guidance for correcting normalization violations. They are not specific to the type of violation that could be occurring.
So is there anything in the IRS rules that prevents the commission from setting rates without the NOLC adjustment, waiting for the IRS's ruling, and then adjusting rates after the IRS rules on WGL's PLR?
There's nothing that prevents it, but as I stated earlier, you will remain in normalization violation at that point. And the consequences of a normalization violation are severe. So in my view, it's not the prudent course.
But as we just stated, as we just walked through, if the commission follows that procedure as I just laid it out, they set rates without the NOLC adjustment, waits for the IRS's ruling, and then make an adjustment after the IRS rules on WGL's PLR, the IRS won't penalize the company, correct?
What this guidance says is that you remain in the inadvertent error exception. And as long as the correction is made, okay, if the IRS rules that there has been a violation, then rates have to be reset at that point in terms of correcting the NOL DTA and rate base. Now, what it says is those rates have to be retroactive to the base rate case that we're looking at right here. In other words, the current rate setting is the date at which they have to be corrected to. And those rates have to be set at the next available opportunity. When that next available opportunity is, I don't know. But they have to be set at the next available opportunity.
Yes or no? Can the commission, under 3, okay, right, WGL has a PLR request pending before the commission, or not the IRS, pending before the IRS, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And under set .073 here, if the conclusion of the rate proceeding, the taxpayer is a PLR pending before the IRS to address whether or not a practice is a consistent practice or procedure, aka whether or not there's a violation going on, and the taxpayer's regulator later establishes or approves rates subject to adjustment from the effective date of the unadjusted rates. In other words, if this commission were to make a ruling that sets rates subject to adjustment later when the IRS rules on the PLR, then the taxpayer shall have corrected its inconsistent practice or procedure at the next available opportunity.
Right.
And that would be the end of it.
Right, but I read the language where it says, subject to the effective date of the unadjusted rates as the date of the current rate case. In other words, when base rates are set, okay, if the PLR is been issued and you do not correct them to put the NOL DTA into rate base, those rates are not set to the case where if you had a violation, in which point you'd have to go back and adjust it as of this date. In other words, record a regulatory asset to collect the difference.
I think you said if the PLR was issued before the end of the rate case.
The PLR was filed. I meant filed before the end of the rate case. The application for the PLR is filed before.
Yeah,
the
but not ruled on yet.
Correct.
So in essence, yeah, the commission could set rates and track the costs of the that are involved in the NOLC adjustment and set rates in this case that are subject to adjustment when the PLR is when the IRS rules on the PLR. Essentially, the commission, there's nothing preventing the commission from setting rates without the NOLC adjustment, subject to later adjustment under this provision, right?
Chair Barve, I recognize this is a complicated topic, but I want to object to the statement of the question there. It was not clear. If you would ask counsel, or I would ask that counsel restate the question so the witness can better understand what he's asking.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah, I'll try.
This is so simple. I don't know what your problem is.
I'm going to walk you through the hypothetical one more time and just tell me whether or not the company would be subject to a normalization penalty under this scenario. The commission makes a ruling on this case. The IRS has not ruled on WGL's PLR yet. The commission makes a ruling in this case and says we're going to set rates without the NOLC adjustment, but those rates will be subject to adjustment if the IRS rules that the PLR in WGL's PLR that there was a violation. And then the IRS later goes on and says, yes, there was a normalization violation. And the commission says, okay, now those rates, the rates that we set in this case, are subject to the adjustment that we referred to when we first set out this order in this case. Would the IRS penalize the company in that scenario, if you could follow that?
I think I understand your scenario. So if the base rates do not include the NOL DTA and subject to the PLR that has currently been, PLR request has currently been filed, and if at a later date the IRS says a normalization violation has occurred, so long as the order from the current case states that there is a retroactive adjustment to the date of this base rate case to correct rates for that adjustment, according to this ruling, you would stay in the inadvertent error exception, and as long as the rates are then corrected at the next available opportunity, not this base rate case, after this base rate case, then I would agree that the normalization violation would go away.
Okay, thank you. We got there. Nothing further.
I think I actually understood that. That's, wow, okay. All right, so next would be MEA.
Nope,
CCAN staff.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
Just a little bit, and I'll try to keep it succinct. Mr. Kelly, Counsel for OPC has asked you questions about your testimony given in this proceeding related to the company's position on its normalization violation. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And isn't it the case, Mr. Kelly, that OPC has recommended in this proceeding that the commission not take action on the company's normalization violation until, let me say the question differently. Isn't it the case that OPC's position is the commission not take action to correct what the company has defined as a normalization violation in this proceeding until the IRS issues a determination on the pending PLR?
That's my understanding.
Okay. And isn't it also the case that the company does not support OPC's recommendation?
That's correct.
Okay. And isn't it your testimony in this case that it is both unnecessary and imprudent to require Washington Gas to await an answer to its private letter ruling request before including the NOLC, DTA, and rate base?
That is correct.
Okay. And can you explain as sort of clearly and concisely as you're able to do while still ensuring technical accuracy why it is your opinion that it is both unnecessary and imprudent to require Washington Gas to await an answer to its private letter ruling request before including the DTA and rate base as OPC would have it do?
Yes. As I mentioned earlier, the company identified that they were in a normalization violation when these 3 PLRs were issued. Accordingly, it began disclosing on its corporate tax return that it would correct the normalization violation at the next available opportunity. The current base rate case is the next available opportunity to correct that. Now, my understanding of the facts in discussing with the company is that the facts are very similar to the ones in the rulings, in fact, close to identical. So there's no expectation that the IRS is going to rule differently in this ruling than it did in the prior 3 rulings. So what you're looking at is a situation where the opportunity to correct a normalization violation. The effects of a normalization violation are extreme. You would no longer be allowed to take accelerated tax depreciation, which is an enormous interest-free cost, interest-free loan to the company from the federal government. If you have a normalization violation, you lose it. So in my mind, it'd be imprudent not to take this opportunity to correct the matter, to include the NOL, DTA, and rate base, and then if the PLR in the future says that there was no normalization violation, then to refund the money at that time. To me, the prudent course is to correct the normalization violation now. That's what the company disclosed in its tax return, and this is the opportunity to do it.
Okay. And Mr. Kelly, isn't it the case that the IRS may not issue a ruling on that PLR or might issue a ruling at some undetermined point in the future?
Yeah, the IRS is under no obligation to issue a ruling to WGL, even though it's been requested. So it is uncertain that whether you will get it and when you will receive it.
And counsel for OPC asked you, or one of counsel for OPC's questions included the phrase, there has been no determination by the IRS that a violation exists until there is a ruling by the IRS. But isn't it the case that the onus is on the company to disclose a potential violation or what it determines to be a violation to the IRS?
That is correct. I mean, PLRs are issued by the IRS specifically to the taxpayer, but they are published for the benefit of all taxpayers to read. In particular, in this industry, for normalization items, PLRs are reviewed closely and followed in order to especially on the normalization side, in order to prevent any sort of normalization violation, which is why when you identify one from a PLR, that if you expect your facts to be similar and that you to be in violation, that you immediately move through this revenue procedure, the safe harbor we've referred to correct the matter at the earliest course, which would be the next available opportunity, in this case, the base rate case for WGL.
Okay, just a few more questions, Chair Barve. So again, sort of going back to your testimony that it's unnecessary and imprudent to require Washington Gas to await an answer to its PLR request before taking the action that the company has requested of the commission in this case. What is the risk to the company were the commission not to take the action that the company has requested in this case?
If the normalization violation is not corrected in this current base rate case, other than the exception that we discussed, you're in violation. And if you're in violation, you lose the ability to take accelerated tax depreciation.
And can you help the commission understand the implications of losing the ability to utilize accelerated depreciation?
It would be extremely penal. The interest-free loan that comes from accelerated tax depreciation to a public utility is enormous. The difference between the depreciation rate that are included for the cost of service for tax and rates compared to what's actually claimed on the corporate income tax reserve creates this enormous reserve, what we call the reserve for deferred taxes, that effectively is an interest-free loan to the utility. And to lose that interest-free cost of capital would be an enormous cost to the utility. Every utility tries to avoid this at all costs.
And Mr. Kelly, last question. I know that we have company witness Bell who will testify in a moment about the specifics of the company's normalization violation, but recognizing that the company's request here includes recordation of the DTA and rate base, which has an impact to the revenue requirement. Can you help the commission understand sort of the relative risks of increasing rate base to correct the normalization violation versus losing the ability to utilize accelerated depreciation?
Yeah, I mean, to me, there's two choices. And I think that the far wiser choice is to follow the disclosure that you've already put in your tax return and to correct the violation at the current rate case. In the instance that the IRS rules that no violation occurred at a later date, the amount could be refunded. But your normalization violation is cleared by including the NOL, DTA, and rate base in the current rate case. So to me, to not avail yourself of this opportunity and to wait pending a PLR, pending the retroactive rate treatment, pending to make sure that you do it the next available opportunity, when there is no certainty when and or if the IRS will rule on the issue, to me that's an imprudent course. I would not take that.
All right, nothing further.
Commissioner Hoover.
So if the situation is that, you've seen these private letter rulings for other companies, but not yours, and you're sure that you fit into that situation, why ask for a separate private letter ruling?
I would concur. I don't think that it is necessary. If your facts align with that private letter ruling, there's no expectation the IRS would rule differently.
And this is actually, obviously you're not aware of this, but this is actually the second time we've heard this discussion. We just heard it the other week. Is this something that's fairly common across the utility industry?
Yes, I've had multiple clients that issue testimony on this in other jurisdictions on the very same issue.
Now, you've made the same recommendation?
Same recommendation. In most cases, in my experience, in other jurisdictions, it's corrected at this time.
Okay. So is the IRS essentially being flooded with these private letter ruling requests, or are people just doing it and not asking for if you know?
I can't say specifically. I know in every jurisdiction. I could tell you for a fact that a case I recently had, that staff and the commission agreed that to correct the NOL, DTA, and rate base now and not to go for private letter ruling. In their view, it would not make a difference. So it's in these instances where that companies feel like they have to have, not even companies, commissions and the representatives for the customer feel they have to have that absolute certainty from the IRS that these PLR requests are asked for.
Okay. All right. That's it.
McLean?
No questions, thank you, sir.
Clinton? Suchman?
No questions.
I think that covers it all. Well, let me just ask this. I mean, obviously, in the course of business for a company like Washington Gas, when you're preparing financial records and tax filings, I presume that all these facts would have to be lined up, wouldn't they? I mean, in the case of this, I mean, obviously this would have no effect, I guess, on their tax filings for 2025, but based upon what we do, that's going to end up affecting practically everything for the company, won't it?
Well, again, I want to be careful. I mean, the normalization violation that we're speaking to, that has to be, if you're going to follow the safe harbor procedure to get your way back out of it, that has to be disclosed. It's very clear from the safe harbor guidance that has to occur. In terms of the rest of the compliance and the tax sharing elements that are get complicated in this ruling, that's part of the normal compliance process. But speaking to what the issue that I'm looking at here, it's really that this issue's been disclosed to the IRS that this will be corrected the next available opportunity. I think this is the right time to do it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Next witness.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth for the testimony that you're about to give? Would you please state your first and last name?
Kimberly Bell. K-I-M-B-E-R-L-Y-G-E-L-L.
And could you give us your business address?
51 Elton Lane, Southwest, Washington, D.C. 20024.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Ms. Bell. You ready to go? All right. Would you please state your position and your employer for the record?
My position is Senior Manager, Tax Technology, Systems, and Regulatory Liaison,
And your employer is?
Washington Gas.
All right. Do you have with you this afternoon a document entitled Direct Testimony of Kimberly M. Bell, consisting of a one-page summary and 15 typed pages of questions and answers, which was filed in public version only in this proceeding on December 29th, 2025?
Yes, I do.
And do you also have with you a document entitled Rebuttal Testimony of Kimberly M. Bell, consisting of a one-page summary, 11 typed pages of questions and answers, and 3 rebuttal exhibits, which was filed in public version only in this proceeding on April 28th, 2026?
Yes, I do.
And were these documents prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
And were these documents, or do you have any additions or corrections to these documents?
Not at this time.
And if you were asked the questions appearing there, would you provide the same or substantially the same answers today?
Yes, I would.
And do you wish to adopt the direct testimony and the rebuttal testimony as your own in this case?
Yes, I do.
And at this time, Chair Barve, I would ask that Ms. Bell's direct testimony be marked as Washington Gas, Exhibit 24.
So marked.
And admitted to the record.
Without objection, so admitted.
And I would also ask Chair Barve that witness Bell's rebuttal testimony be marked for identification as Washington Gas Exhibit 25.
So marked.
And admitted to the record.
So admitted.
And with that, the witness is available.
AOPA.
No questions, Your Honor.
People's Counsel.
No questions, Your Honor.
Hesitated there. MEA. CCAN. Staff.
Staff did have a couple of questions, Your Honor.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Ms. Bell.
Good afternoon.
Could you please turn to your rebuttal testimony at page 9? We have some questions, again, about the return to taxpayers or excuse me, return to ratepayers of Washington Gas's non-protected excess accumulated deferred income taxes, or EDITs.
Yes, I'm there.
All right, thank you. So again, is it accurate to say that EDITs are funds that Washington Gas recovered from ratepayers to pay as corporate income taxes, but that Washington Gas no longer owes those funds to the government because of the tax reduction in the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which reduced federal corporate income taxes from 35% to 21%?
That is correct.
Thank you. And in your rebuttal testimony, you stated that you do not agree with staff witness Valcarengi's recommendation that Washington Gas return the balance of all non-protected EDITs that resulted from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017 to customers over a one-year period. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And could you please refer to page 9, lines 14 through 16 of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
And is it correct that you state there that, in your words, the company recognizes that the commission has the ability to direct the return of unprotected EDIT in a variety of ways?
Unprotected EDIT, yes. It does have the discretion to return the excess deferred taxes, different than the protected excess deferred taxes.
Thank you. And going down to lines 22 through, I guess, 24 on that page and going on to the next page, 10, is it correct that you state that if the commission determines that a change to the company's current accepted approach is needed, the commission could do so?
Yes. The commission can do so. However, just based on the prudency and fair and equitability of the customers, we suggested a longer period, as was stipulated back in 2018, that we would follow ARAM for the protected as well as the unprotected plant-related excess deferred taxes. So we do not agree that we should flow back that excess sooner than ARAM.
All right, thank you. And are you familiar with the commission's 2018 letter order and the proposals made in that?
Yes.
So okay. Good. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions then about
Sure.
those if possible. Okay. And let me, I believe the commissioners hopefully still have the copies of the 2018 order and the two January 2018 filings from Washington Gas. I'll bring one up for the witness as well, if I may.
Yep.
Does everybody still have?
We got it. Yeah, there's a whole package of stuff.
The big package.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
I think we're set. Go ahead.
We're set, okay.
Unless, if you need to get caught up.
No, that's fine. I think we're set. Let's see. So just a couple questions to kind of understand what the 2018 order established and the difference between protected and non-protected edicts.
And the clarity between plant and non-plant.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
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 It's just
Yes.
through testimony and things like that. I think there's been some ambiguity
Yes.
around the plant versus
I agree. And
non-plant.
in the interest of an accurate record, absolutely, let's go through that. Okay, so non-protected edicts are edicts which do not have to be returned to ratepayers according to any particular schedule under federal tax laws and regulations, correct?
That is correct. It can be set by the commission.
And then is it accurate to say that protected edicts, by contrast, are required under federal tax laws to be returned to customers under a schedule referred to as the average rate assumption method, or ARAM.
That is correct.
But to be clear, non-protected edicts are not required under federal tax law to be returned to customers under ARAM.
That is correct.
All right. So looking now, if I could refer everyone to the documents that I just that I referred or handed out earlier, the 2018 letter order and the 2 Washington Gas filings. And also in that collection of documents is the staff comments or buck sheet that was filed in this case. And I also note again that all of those documents will be made part of the record when witness Valcarengi takes the stands, because they're all included as exhibits to his rebuttal testimony. All right, so looking at the 2018 letter order, the commission required that Washington Gas's proposal to return the non-protected edicts to ratepayers, that all of the proposal become effective on February 1st, 2018, correct?
Yes.
And the last sentence of the 2018 letter order stated, quote, if additional tax savings are identified that were not addressed in WGL's, referring to Washington Gas's, previous filings in this matter related to the Tax Cuts and Job Act of 2017, WGL is required to make a filing with the commission to return those savings to customers as soon as possible, correct?
Correct.
Now, let's see. So the commission, looking at the 2018 letter order, is it accurate to say that the commission accepted the company's proposal to disperse the balance of unprotected edicts based on ARAM? Or, well, let me say this. Are you aware, are you familiar with Witness Lawson's testimony and recommendation in this case?
I'm familiar with his recommendation.
So is it? Yeah.
Yes.
So is it accurate to say that he believes it would be consistent with the approach accepted in the 2018 letter order for the company to return the balance of unprotected edicts, which is currently approximately $46 million, to customers over approximately the next 25 years? Is that correct?
Which is the remaining life that we had established as part of the initial exhibit. So a part of Appendix A in the 2018 filing, we did appendix the specific deferred taxes, the excess deferred taxes related to both protected and unprotected plant related, and this was approved of the 132 million. So we did establish, we provided the information of what would be considered amortized over the ARAM period versus some of the shortened periods for the unprotected excess deferred taxes. So as part of this, we did indicate that both non-protected as well as protected excess deferred taxes would be amortized using ARAM.
Right.
So
No,
when
yeah,
you say
yeah.
that there's a shortened
Well,
additional
right.
savings, there hasn't been.
Right. I was just wanting to familiarize people with what Witness Lawson has recommended.
Okay.
But yes, I will get to what you're
Okay.
talking about. So now, this is a little bit complicated, so I'm going to try to walk everyone through this. So if you could refer now to the company's January 12th and 23rd, 2018 filings, which describe its proposal to return the tax savings from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act to customers.
Yes.
So if you look at Appendix A, Schedule 3, there is a table. There actually, it is in both of both of Washington Gas's filings, the 12th and January 12th and January 23rd. It appears in both Appendix A, and if you turn to Schedule 3, page 4, you'll see a table entitled Washington Gas Light Company, Maryland Jurisdiction at the top. It's a sideways exhibit. You there?
Are we looking at both of them?
Yeah. Mhm.
You, either one, you can look,
Just got it.
right, so we're just, for now, looking at that one particular, that one particular table. So again, Appendix A, Schedule 3, page 4. Has everybody found that?
Yes.
Everybody up here? Okay. So, now let's walk through this. All right. The column heading on that page entitled Non-Plant Aided, which is over on the right-hand side of the page. That column is entitled Non-Plant Aided. That column refers to a set of non-protected edicts that relates to plant, right? And so that column, right?
Column E as
Col-
in
Column E, yes. It says non-plant edict.
It's non-plant, so it was no plant-related
right.
items. That's
And so that is non-protected edict. That's one.
That is
That's one bucket of non-protected edict. Correct.
at that time. That's
Yes.
what that symbolized. Yes.
And that particular bucket of non-protected edicts, if you look down at line or row 4, amortization periods years, that was proposed to have a 10-year amortization period. Correct.
That's correct.
Now there's another bucket of edicts that contains both protected and non-protected. Correct. That is
Column C.
plant related.
Column C.
Column, right, so column C, which is, the heading is deferred tax liability plant, correct? And if you look at row 4, amortization periods, you see this reference to footnote 1. And if you look down toward the middle of the page, under notes, it has one representative level of amortization under the average rate assumption method, ARAM. Okay. So again, there are two buckets essentially, right, of unprotected edicts. So since the 2018 letter order required that the company's proposal become effective on February 1st, 2018, the 10-year amortization period for the non-plant unprotected edicts will end in 2028, correct?
That's correct.
And Washington Gas is on track to return that portion of non-protected edicts to customers, correct?
That is correct.
But at the end of that period. Okay. Now, returning to the group of combined protected and non-protected edicts that are associated with plant under the deferred tax liability plant column. Are there any laws or regulations that require the non-protected edicts in that bucket associated with plant to be dispersed to customers under ARAM or any other schedule?
For the non-protected, plant-related excess deferred taxes, there isn't any guidance, no IRS guidance that stipulates it has to be over the ARAM period. But I don't want to assume, but the connotation we had associated with this was to follow the life expectancy of the plants related, because those items that are excess deferred taxes related to plant, the plant life has a greater life than 10 years. And so the excess deferred taxes in this case, where we put ARAM, would be more correlated with amortizing it over the plant life.
Okay. So the commission essentially determined back in 2018, almost 10 years ago, 8 years ago, that it would accept Washington Gas's proposal to return those non-protected edicts that relate to plant under an ARAM schedule. But the commission
That's
was not
correct.
required to do so, correct?
That is correct.
And how many years does an ARAM amortization period last, approximately?
It would depend on the depreciation reserve that's flowing back, but typically we had assessed 33 years.
33, okay.
Yes. And so that's why in witness Lawson's testimony, he's saying the remaining 25 years because we've already amortized, 8+ years. So at this
thank
point.
Okay. So if that 33-year ARAM amortization period began to run on February 1st, 2018, those non-protected edicts that are associated with plant
Yes.
would not be fully returned to customers until 2051. Is that correct?
So was 2018? Get my
33
calculator.
years.
Can I use this calculator? Does this calculator work?
I hope my math is
18
right.
plus 33. Yes, that would be accurate.
Okay, 2051. After 33 years, is it possible that some of the ratepayers that paid the funds that are now held as the non-protected edicts associated with plants would no longer be customers of Washington Gas and thus might never get those payments back?
It's unreasonable for me to determine which customers would be in rate base at that point, would be a customer at that point, because you do have I don't know if that's appropriate, younger folks that's moving into the area that may very well stay here and, retire here, have grandchildren, great-grandchildren. So it's unreasonable for me to estimate, how long those folks would be here. I mean, I've been here 16 years, so, 20+ years so far, so.
Thank you. Would it be accurate to say that there's a certain level of churn of customers leaving and coming into the system at all times?
I would say that would be the case, yes.
And there might even be some customers, as you just said, coming into the system, right, who might not have paid in to those edicts.
Right.
So those
could
might be
have both
customers who
ways.
might be getting funds back that they didn't actually pay into. Is that correct?
It's going to go both ways, I would agree.
Oh, thank you. So could I ask you now to refer to, and I'm going to distribute this, Washington Gas's response to staff data request number 284, which was attached as exhibit DLV-S1 to staff witness Valcarengi's rebuttal testimony in this proceeding. And I can distribute that if I'm, okay. Thank you. Let's see. Can send that down the line.
She label this?
Okay, so that exhibit will, as I said, officially be entered into the record when witness Valcarengi takes the stand. So I don't think it's necessary to mark it as a separate exhibit now.
Oh, you give.
Unless you disagree.
Sorry, which exhibit was it?
Okay, so we're looking at Washington Gas response to staff data request number 28. You have that in front of you?
I do.
Okay. So, just looking at this, okay, would it be accurate to say that this, excuse me?
Yeah,
Oh, I'm
no.
sorry. Sorry,
Yeah.
take your time.
I have 27.
Oh, gosh, I have more.
Share with a friend.
Oh,
Thank you.
do we have extra?
Love to see your friends. I don't know if you know.
Sorry.
28.
28 for you.
Okay.
Yes. We got it. Okay, now we're good.
All right.
Thank
So,
you.
Looking at the question in that staff data request, the question read, please provide the balance of protected and non-protected edicts by month from January 2018 through 2026.
Yes.
Okay. And if you look at the next page, you'll see on the right-hand side, unprotected.
Yes.
Correct. All right. So looking at that right-hand column, is it accurate to state that the amount of non-protected edicts held by Washington Gas at the time the 2018 order was issued, February 1st, January 31st or something like that of 2018, let me get the exact date, January 31st of 2018, the total amount of non-protected edicts held by Washington Gas was approximately 40 million, is that correct?
Yes.
And then looking at that same document, but farther down, if you could turn to the next page and look at August 2024.
Yes.
The bottom of the next page. Okay. So in August 24, is it correct to say that the amount of non-protected edicts held by Washington Gas had gone down to approximately 33 million?
That is correct.
And then in December 2024, the amount of non-protected edicts held by Washington Gas suddenly increased by approximately 13.8 million to go to 46.8 million total, correct?
That is correct.
Can you tell us what caused the increase of approximately 13.8 million at that time?
Yes. I would say in 2024, we did have the adoption of the gas guidance. The IRS issued gas guidance, which required us to adopt the method of capitalizing and depreciating the repairs and maintenance of the company. So we were able to accelerate the deduction on those repairs. And so when we went back and looked at the excess deferred taxes, and some of the unprotected excess deferred taxes were included in the unprotected, we had to make the adjustment to update the unprotected excess deferred taxes. And so that's what's triggering that increase.
And do you know whether Washington Gas made a filing with the commission notifying it of that approximately $13.8 million increase in the total non-protected edicts being held by Washington Gas, so that those additional tax savings could be returned to ratepayers as soon as possible as required by the 2018 order?
I don't recall a formal document. I do recall we did have conversations with, I'm trying to recall it. I know we had conversations with some of the other staff. I don't believe we had a formal case where we indicated that.
All right, thank you. But to be clear, the current total balance of non-protected edicts is $46,022,175. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Looking down at the bottom. Okay.
Approximate, yes.
Okay.
Because we would have amortized.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Now, let's see. Give me 1 minute here so that I can. Okay. So you are aware that Witness Lawson has offered an alternative proposal under which the company would return the balance of non-protected edicts to customers through an amortization period of 10 years, correct?
Yes, I am aware of that recommendation.
And would that 10-year amortization period run from the date on which the order in this instant case becomes final?
Yes, that's what we were recommending.
Okay. So if that alternative 10-year amortization period that has been proposed by the company were accepted, the non-protected edicts, plant-related, produced by the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act would not be fully returned to customers until 2036, which is 18 years after the date on which the commission ordered the return of those non-protected edicts to begin, correct?
Yes, I mean, the first recommendation is, I mean, we would recommend that we follow what was approved back in 2018. We think that that's most prudent for our customers considered. The alternative is what Witness Lawson had recommended, which is the 10 years from the date these rates are effective.
Okay. Then I believe I have no further questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Redirect?
Just a few questions. Ms. Bell, let's stay with the data request response to staff data request 28-4 that we were just looking at.
Yeah.
And counsel for staff asked you about the increase in the EDIT balance that occurred between August 2024 and then September 2024.
Yeah.
And you testified that the increase resulted from the issuance of the gas guidance by the IRS. Do you recall that testimony?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it the case that the guidance issued by the IRS at that time changed? Let me ask the question this way. I apologize. Did the guidance issued in 2024 produce additional tax savings, or did it just cause a shift between protected and unprotected EDIT?
Thank you for asking that. Yes, that is correct. What we had to do was go back and look at the deferred taxes associated with a method like, this is a little technical, but the method life differences and the regular differences, which is the repairs. And we had to assess those excess deferred taxes associated with the method life. And it moved the excess deferred taxes on the method life from there to the unprotected. Method life being protected, plant-related excess deferred taxes. So.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bell. And counsel for staff has asked you a number of questions about returning the EDIT to customers and the various periods of time over which the company has returned those savings to customers or proposed to return those savings to customers. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
And the company agrees that those savings or that the EDIT must be returned to customers. Isn't that the case?
Definitely.
And is currently doing so.
Yes, absolutely.
And as we've discussed today, has made another or a second recommendation in this case that's set forth in Witness Lawson's testimony. Isn't that the case?
That is the case.
Okay. But Ms. Bell, isn't it the case that while returning the EDIT savings to customers will provide some relief to customers, the EDIT, removing that EDIT from rate base will also have an implication has implications for customers?
It does.
And can you explain what those implications are?
So to the extent that we accelerated on the 1-year basis that I think is being recommended, in future periods, customers' rates will increase. And that's the piece that is not being considered. You'll get the one-time refund, but over the life of, from this point on, the customers will have an increase in their rates. And so that's what we're trying to, circumvent from, happening. Just steady flow of this excess deferred taxes over the next 20 plus years, so they don't see this significant, okay, you have a refund this year, but in future periods it's going to be a significant increase in rates.
And can you explain why that increase in rates occurs?
That increase in rates will occur because you'll no longer have the reduction of tax benefit to the customers. And so you don't have this amortization coming through. Rates will increase to recover the deferred taxes.
By your testimony, do you mean that the EDIT functions effectively as an offset to rate base? And if you give that EDIT back, then your rate base is going to increase by the amount of the EDIT that's returned?
That is correct.
And so that will have an impact on the revenue requirement, resulting in an increase to the revenue requirement, resulting in increased rates to customers?
Yeah, so typically deferred taxes, typically your net deferred taxes, so deferred tax liability typically would reduce rate base. And so with the release of these deferred taxes, the excess deferred taxes, you'll actually have an increase in rate base. And so rates are covered based on the base, the rate base itself. And so with that increase, future rates will increase.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay. Questions from the bench, starting with Commissioner McLean.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Just one quick question. Mr. Valcarengi, his position is there should be a one-year amortization period for the non-protected edicts. But in his SIR rebuttal, he offered up an alternative, essentially to split the difference between your 10-year and his 1 year. Do you have any response to his 5-year amortization period, ma'am?
I believe that witness Lawson is addressing that, but I think that the company is open for suggestions.
Okay, so you're not dismissing it out of hand, but I'll follow up with witness Lawson. Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have, sir.
Okay, Commissioner Litton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm also on your rebuttal testimony on page 9. It's in regards to the same proposal that witness Lawson offered regarding 10-year response to witness Valcarengi's 1-year proposal in his direct testimony. But in your response on line 18, you noted that 10-year option would align with permissible treatments of unprotected EDIT. And I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing that there was some other standard beyond the one that you testified to earlier regarding the Commission's authority to manage how the EDIT would be handled. Is there something else that would prohibit us from using 1 year as opposed to 5 or some other time, or is it just not that? That's not the case.
No, it is to the Commission's discretion to use the 10 or the 5-year period. We, of course, we would recommend going with what was initially established back in 2018, which is the 33-year. But it's definitely to the Commission discretion to use the 10-year or the 5 years.
Okay, so there wasn't anything that was permissible with 10 years, but not permissible with 1 year.
Right.
Okay. All right. That's all I had. Thank you.
Suchman.
So, good afternoon, Ms. Bell. I have some. Hello, right here.
Oh yes.
or I might be there. So my spirit is flying around. So I actually just watched the finale of Outlander, so I'm still sort of experiencing that part of me. But so I actually have a couple of questions on the staff data request number 28.
Okay.
So if we go to that period where it bumped up 13 million. Had the Commission required that you disperse the unprotected edicts in 2018 or 2019, would there just have been a 13 million unprotected edict that was discovered and then would be dispersed again? Is that the effect of what happened in 2024?
So in 2024,
Right, it went from 33 million to 46 million.
Yeah.
So is it that had all of the original money been dispersed, you would have discovered this 13 million, this new edict, and then had gone to the commission and said, we've discovered this, what do you want us to do with this?
Right. So
Okay.
what it was originally approved as part of the unprotected. I mean the protected.
Right, but if
excess
we had
deferred
done
tax.
something
But
different.
you're right. Had it been back in 2018, and this 13 million would have been included in the 40 million, we would have come to the same conclusion using ARAM as the method of amortization.
Or come to the commission and said, we've discovered this 13 million, what do you want? Do you want us to apply ARAM, or do you want us to do a? Okay, if we go to the next page, if, in, September of 2025, it looks like we go from 41 million up to 51 million, and then back down to 44 million. Can you explain what happened there?
Yeah, so what typically happens is once we do our tax returns, it's typically like in the case of state rate changes, we'll have state rate changes where the rate will go from 8% down to 8.25%, or up to 8.25%, or down to 7.5%. And so we'll have true ups to the accumulated deferred income taxes, which would change the excess deferred taxes. So it's typically a tax return adjustment that's coming through that would
And then
actually
adjust it
create,
again.
yes,
Okay.
this change.
So,
to
so,
excess
so
deferred
the
taxes.
51 is, we should just ignore those two entries. They don't really mean anything in terms of what's owed to the ratepayer.
Right. So
Okay.
what will happen is, right now we're in the process of filing or completing our tax return for the 2025 tax year. So it's due in 26. We'll have changes to the excess deferred taxes at that point, and so this amount will change as
So
well.
we might see a little bit of a,
Yeah.
okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Hoover? Were you responsible for the company's decision to request a private letter ruling from the IRS on the normalization issue?
Was I involved in the decision?
Well, I mean, I guess first question is, was it your decision or were you part of that decision?
I testified in the DC rate case,
Mhm.
and upon that conclusion of that case, the commission did request a private letter ruling. And so to adhere to the commission's authorization, we filed for a private letter ruling. So I was involved in completing,
So,
hoping to complete that.
so it wasn't
PLR.
the company's decision to seek the private letter. You were actually told to seek it from another regulatory body, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Okay, I thank you very much. I don't have any questions. Let's take a 10-minute break. It's already 4, I see, and then we'll make a quick assessment as to where we are. We're doing pretty well on the schedule, so.
Your Honor, can I just ask something? It looks like we're moving pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And none of the parties have questions for our witness, Bruce Oliver. He is available to come tomorrow or Wednesday, but if the commission doesn't have questions, then I would request that he be excused. But if you have questions, he'll be here.
Okay, well, let's get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 10 after 4. What do you mean? Let's get started here. First of all, first things first, witness Oliver. I don't think we have a whole lot of questions for him, so if you want to have him not show up, that would be great.
Even if you have some, he'll come. I mean, it's not that he's unwilling to come. I just didn't.
I think it's close, the number is close to zero.
Okay. If you change your mind and you tell me in the morning, I'll call him and he'll come.
Well, what you could do is ask him what the color of his tie is and have him report back to us.
What color would you like him to wear?
Okay, so boys and girls, here's what's going to happen. My suspicion is that Kevin Murphy is going to take up a bit of time, and I prefer not to have these witnesses divided amongst days. So I think what we're going to do is, very lucky for all of us, we're going to knock it off right now. We're going to come back tomorrow morning, start with Kevin Murphy, who I assume was going to be the next person you were going to call up, right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so we will start tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. with Kevin Murphy, and see you then. And wait. Oh, did you have something you want?
Can we leave things in the hearing room?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I assume we lock up here, don't we?
No?
Yeah.
But the building's secure.
Right. Don't leave your jewelry here or anything like that.
I meant my notebooks. They're so heavy.
Well, I think those are too heavy to move, so I think they're good. Okay.